Okay, let's do this. Man, things have gotten interesting too. I'm really curious where this story is going. It's so out there, man. I was not expecting this whatsoever. Okay, hang on. Okay. Guess I'll just wait for the chat to respond. Oh, man. Is this thing working? Nope, gotta turn it off. And back on.
Bullshit!
Why does that never get old?
Bullshit!
Oh man, I really gotta add more sound effects to this. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4 by 3, 12 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5. 12 times 5, 60 times 2, 120. 120 possibly max. That's pretty crazy. Oh, we're live? Perfect. Okay, let's go ahead and... You know, I'll grab some water. Let's give some people a little bit of time to get in, since I know a decent amount of folks want to keep tuning in for this. I'll get some water. Okay, I am back. I guess I'll do a brief overview of things. No, actually, you know what? I'll save that until someone asks, because almost someone always asks to get updated on the story. Okay, I think some might be a little bit odd. Okay, to fix that sound, this will be fun. Hang on. Should be good. Okay, let's go ahead and get going.
休校？
渋谷が封鎖されちゃったでしょ。だから学校も。
そうか。お前は今どこにいる？
Hey Kitsu, how you doing?
ラックスでお茶してるよ。こっちの方は封鎖されてないから。
Okay, so let me get caught up. Where are we right now? Okay, so someone just got killed in a way that I was not expecting, but it happened. Let's start from here so I can remember things again. They are still echoing. So a fictional monster appeared in reality. You know, I really wasn't expecting monsters to exist in the story. Actually, I find that kind of cool. That can get really, really scary depending on how the author wants to write this. But Kazuki didn't make any kind of wish like that Monday night. So where did it come from? Had the words she said changed somehow? Kazuki can't control her own powers. I remember what Nightheart had said and shuddered. A minute later, I booted up ESO2 and saw that Nightheart was logged in as well. I decided to talk to him immediately. He was enjoying all this, what an asshole. But I guess I was the same when I was following the return of New Generation Madness with the newspaper club. Ah! Wow, he makes that connection right away, wow. So the Steins Gate author wants to establish that ASAP so you understand that Takeru is going through major changes in this route. A vast conspiracy that controls the world from the shadows, huh? That sounds like bullshit. Even movies didn't have plots like that these days. Since there was nothing I could do about that, I'd leave it to Nightheart. What was more important to us was the portal device. Yeah, exactly. If you can remove that, that'd be a good thing. Investigate it, huh? Kazuki was looking angrily at the log of my conversation. Okay, skip a little bit backed out. I guess we don't have a choice, huh? We might be attacked out of nowhere like we were before. That's why I just wanted to leave, but I wasn't tough enough to just leave something that dangerous out there and hide in here forever. Okay, so they have to handle the situation because they're in hiding, but that problem is the problem that they made. I ran to Harajuku and got a cell phone so I'd be able to keep in touch with the others and then called Serika. Oh, what's up, Taku? Feel like coming to school? But too bad, they closed it after lunch. They closed it? What? Okay, closed it. Shibuya was sealed off, right? So they closed the school too. I see. Where are you now? At LAX. This place isn't sealed off.
ちょうどよかった。頼みたいことがある。
Wow. A lot of things developed really quickly.
私は別に手伝ってもいいけど。
なんだよ。
のんちゃんが危ないことはやめなさいって今目の前でプンプンしてる。今すぐ電話代われっていう無言のプレッシャーをビシビシ受けてるよ。
そうか。
You know what I'm really curious about? How is this story going to end? Because there's a good and a bad ending. But the good ending last time, oh god, would you call that good? Bring in the self-defense forces. Yeah. How's that a debate? There's a freaking gigantic monster rampaging around the city. And it's not Godzilla. That's a famous monster though, so someone would have had to tell them. Or they would have had to like notice by now that that thing's attached to a freaking game.
This こと言っても信じてもらえないかもしれないけれど、あの化け物が出てきたのは僕と和樹のせいかもしれないんだ。
どういうこと？
詳しくは話せない。とにかく調査の目的は単なる好奇心じゃない。あの装置とモンスターを何とかして消すための方法を見つけたいんだ。
そっか。オッケー。のんちゃんは私が説得する。
本当か？
それとしんちゃんも連絡欲しがってたから協力お願いしてみたら？きっと喜ぶと思うよ。
ああ、そうだな。連絡してみる。で、
タクは花ちゃんと一緒？そっちは2人で行動するの？
ああ、そうするつもり。
じゃあ私は深センから渋谷駅の方へ向かってみようかな。のんちゃんとお散歩デート。
Maybe I'll go from Shinsen towards Shibuya Station. I can have a walking date with no. Okay, thank you. Sarko, please.
ただし、もしポータル装置を見つけても絶対に近づいちゃダメだからな。
オッケー。
それと日が暮れる前には家に帰るようにしてくれ。クルスにもそう伝えて。
オッケー。オッケー。
I didn't mean to do that.
本当に分かってるのか？特に尾上はマイペースに突き進んでいくところがあるからな。
オッケー。そうかな。そうかも。でもほら、私ってコソコソするの得意だし、誰にも見つからない自信あるよ。
それは知ってるけれど、とにかく注意して行動してくれよ。
オッケー。じゃあ報告は明日ってことでいいかな。
It's such a simple phrase, and yet it makes me laugh every single time.
学校は明日も休みだっけ？だったら昼頃に部室に集合しよう。
オッケー。
Why? Anyway. Yeah, Ito being helpful, huh? Else becoming Dragobait? Nope, you pretty much just got back. So, the only thing you missed out on was once the dragon attacked the reporter, Shibuya got sealed off. And because the school is part of Shibuya, the school also got closed off. And the National Diet is trying to decide if they should bring in the self-defense force to kill that monster. But because we're the main characters, we would like to stop the teleporters because obviously we're responsible for those things existing. And we wouldn't like more people dying, so we're gonna try to solve this.
Kazuki, 僕らも行こう。
Man, all this place evacuated, huh? Hmm.
現在、渋谷一帯は非常に危険です。外を出歩かず、速やかに規制線の外まで避難してください。
和樹、こっちだ。
You know, I'm still really curious. Does anyone remember the dialogue in Steins Gate? And if you do you recall it being really well written? I would have to look at it again, but overall, I've been really, really impressed with how dialogue is done in this visual novel. I can't emphasize that enough, how much it unveils characters. Like, just something as simple as speech patterns, man. The parkour. Already? Hang on.
悪い。今の見たか？
That thing is holy shit. Creepy. Sorta. I mean, it kind of looks cool too, but those weird things on its top of its head look really awkward. Are those eyes? 3 monsters though. What? Where did that get? 3? There was another portal device in front of the parkour, and around it were 3 monsters. Well, that sucks. Okay, so there's more than just 2. There's 3 now. Not monsters, portal devices. One was a yellow and black dragon. Okay. Okay, so the problem is, even if we kill these... Oh, 2-legged giants covered in thick white fur. Are these everything she said? I don't recall everything she said. She called for a dragon, and she called for a giant, but I don't remember anything else. At this point, can anything else echo and create anything scary? Like, she didn't say Slender Man, thank God, but...
ポイズンアークドラゴンとスノーリッチが2体。
You created snow liches. Did you really? I mean, at this point, I think because the teleporter exists, it just exists as its own entity, so I could teleport anything. I don't recall her saying snow liches.
どっちも円数2のモンスターか。
うん。
Remember that her echoes are interpretations. Oh, yeah, that's true, that's true. I wonder what would be an interpretation of a snow lich.
なんか臭いな。
Smells something rotten. Oh, right. Huh. At this point, I don't know. Like, it depends on the interpretation of these monsters. So, like, in the world of ESO2, is the story something like bullets don't work? In which case, this is gonna be a problem. I don't think so. I mean, the plasma weapons is ESO2, which I think is what it's referencing. Besides ESO, which I think represents PSO, but whatever. Now, could you imagine that? Summoning a monster by accident that's invulnerable to everything that's modern day technology that could hurt it. What would you do at that point? It's like, fuck. Well, we're screwed. I don't know, maybe you could poison it. Maybe just eat something really bad. Okay, so we really need to figure out how to break those things, because they seem to be activating. Is it one per monster, I wonder? I don't know. We'll see. I mean, ideally, it's one per monster. And there's only a few, but, you know, can't be that lucky. You know what? She also said a bunch of other famous words, like Excalibur, Gabolg. She said something like God Sue, which I think is a Mary Sue character who's in God mode. Out of curiosity, when you think of a Mary Sue character who is in God mode, which character do you think of? I think of... You know what? I'm not even gonna say. If you think of the same person, I'll hit. Okay? If you get the wrong one, I'll hit.
Bullshit!
There we go. Oh, actually, that's a really good question. Like, have you ever tried to dispel your own power? Why are you smiling? Lightning from Final Fantasy 13.
Bullshit!
Mary Sue is like a female Batman, right? No, not exactly. Always has a plan for everything and it's perfect. You know what? Let me go ahead and give you the definition that they gave in the game. I think it'll be a little bit more useful. I think it was God Sue, right? God Mode Sue. Internet slang for an extremely powerful protagonist character. A God Mode Sue character never loses a fight and oftentimes never gets scratched. They are immortal, invincible, and often extremely boring to read about. That sounds legitimately creepy. They did a good job with that.
Oi, oi.
Oh shit, I hope you drive away.
なんだよあれ
3 were hairy giants and 2 were dragons.
っていうかこっちに来る
Okay, then hide in a corner.
英数と同じ。トレイン行為やるプレイヤーはクズまたはバカ。
Oh, I get it. It's like what I used to do in Ragnarok Online, where I would hit a bunch of monsters and have a bunch of monsters follow me. I did that with Final Fantasy XI when I was really bored. I hit sheep, and I herded sheep around the capital. Wow, I wonder how they did that sound effect. That sounds really good. Between an OP character and a Mary Sue. That is a fair question, isn't it? How you would differentiate an OP character and a Mary Sue is a character who is really strong and powerful and overpowered, right? Isn't necessarily a Mary Sue, and it depends on writing. So, how to make that distinction is I think one of the distinctions would be how aware the author is of the character they've written and how powerful they are. The problem is having that character solve everything by themselves. And that's part of a Mary Sue or a Gary Stu, that they're flawless, right? That they have no problems. And part of the reason why people dislike that in terms of writing is that they take away agency from other characters, because by them being so flawless, they don't really need the help of other characters. So when you provide them a situation where there's an obstacle, they are the solution. That's it. There's no problem. Having an overpowered character can also mean that they have a weakness. And that weakness doesn't have to be freaking kryptonite. It can be a personal flaw. It can be a mental problem they have. It could be a health issue they have. It could be a social issue they have, a bunch of things. But the key thing is that they have a flaw. So, for example, I could be extremely powerful, where that if I sneeze, I blow down build. No, that's not gonna work. How about just give me powerful strength, okay? Bullets when they shoot at me, they bounce off. I can like flick buildings apart. I could shoot fire from my hands, right? Whatever superpower you want to give me, give it to me. But then you have to accept everything else that's a flaw about me, right? I might be overpowered. I mean, I can throw Hadokens with like 0 frames, right? That's pretty bullshit. But I still have my own personal flaws. I'm not a Gary Stu. I just happen to be very powerful.
助かった。
I think that's about as best as I can tell you.
大丈夫か?
But anyway, usually it's the weird thing is I don't know many people who would want to write that type of character. Why would you want to do that? Maybe for like wish fulfillment, and I understand that's okay. I'm somewhat okay with that. Yeah, but writing that on purpose, how often does that come up? I feel like Gary Stews and Mary Stews are made without without an awareness. I mean, you can still write a character who's extremely powerful, and you could want that, but then it makes the writing harder to write around. That's the problem. Maybe they just accept that. I don't know, because that's not what I want when I write. I don't want a character who's fucking broken.
ごめん。
I mean, Saitama is an example of an overpowered character. He's meant to represent the tropes, shonen tropes. One Punch Man, shonen tropes. That's the freaking series. And it's what's the correct word for this? It's a blink, which is also part of a comedy. It's a parody. A parody is an option, but it's also something else. It's a parody and a blink of the shonen genre. And superheroes in general. You know what the worst Gary Stu I've ever read was? Okay, it's the ogre in Re-Monster. That's one of them. And the other one was the main character of Ao Noah Zero. I will never, ever let that go. I'm allowed to critique that fucking series after 8 times, okay? Just give that to me. I'm so pissed off by that. It's like all your favorite people got together and then all of them were left disappointed. That's essentially what happened. It's like, what's a good example of this? The developers of Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy Tactics, The Musician, multiple musicians that you all admire, a director that you really admire, all come together, and then the result was bad. And I was like, fuck. That's exactly how I felt. That's 100% how I felt. Well, what are we gonna do with this? If we get teleported, we'll get killed, right? I mean, there's multiple teleporters. I don't even know how this works anymore. So they keep popping out monsters? Yeah, we have to solve this fast. This entire country is gonna be overrun. I don't know. I mean, I'm not a professional when it comes to Ghost in the Shell. Does the major have a flaw? If yes, then no, not a Mary Sue. Well, it has to be a flaw that's actually relevant, not something that just tacked on. Ow, my ears. I think he means characteristics, not features.
さっきこっちの方に別のパトカーが来なかったか。どこで見た？どっちに行った？
バルク前で。
とりあえず君たち乗りなさい。こんなところを歩いていたら危ない。安全なところまで送るから。
Yeah, how do we solve this? I think the only way to solve it is hope to God that one of the weapons she mentioned becomes real, and then you use it to break that thing. Or we just use our D-swords. Wouldn't that work? Can we break the teleporter by doing that? Because that thing existing is a problem.
でも
死にたいのか？化け物がうろついてるんだぞ。ほら、早く。
I mean, we can keep testing it out. How about you keep saying remote control, plane, robot thing that we can control to destroy that thing? I don't know how else you're going to phrase it. As a specific, how about Gundam? Mobile suit Gundam with remote control. And we'll say exactly what we're thinking it is. I'll say heavy arms. Heavy arms, remote controlled Gundam. And we're going to use that, and we're going to use it in blow up teleporters. Just work with me here, please. It will work, Hana, I promise. Who is Dritz? I don't know that character. At least I don't think so. Maybe I do, I just haven't realized. From what series, or what movie, or show, or whatever? No monsters had appeared from the school's portal device. That's weird. I wonder why. Is that because each portal is a different interpretation? The most famous D&D character in existence. Is that person a human?
Oi, oi. お前、和樹といつの間にそういう関係になってたんだよ。
そういう関係って
What's a drow elf? Wow, this is something. Yeah, I know nothing about D&D for the most part.
とぼけんなって。お前はリア充じゃないと思ってたのに、まんまと抜け駆けしやがってこの子の。それにしても、尾上でも女帝でもなく和樹とはな。ああいうのが趣味だったとは意外だぜ。
What? You know what? I'm gonna type it up. I'm just curious. I played only one game of D&D ever in my life. I played... I don't know what the class was, but it was a heavy swordsman that if the swordsman hit, it would kill, but very often the swordsman would whiff. and then I would die. Fucking sucks, man. Ever since then, I had this thing about RNG. No, seriously, like, fuck. Come on. Anyway, what was it? What's a drow elf? Let's see. Drow elf, maybe? The drow or dark elves. Oh, dark elves. That's another name for it. Are a generally evil, dark-skinned, and white-haired sub-race of elves in the Dungeons and Dragons fantasy role-playing game. Huh. That's what they look like? Okay.
やっぱあれか？スルメの口移しとかしてイチャイチャしてんのか？イカってところがエロいな。くっそー。
Shinji, I could slap you right now.
伊藤くん？そういうゲスな話をするなら今すぐ出てってくれる？
すいません。
和樹と一緒に後で食べなさい。
別にいいのに。
いいのにじゃないでしょ。コンビニやスーパーがいつも通りに開いてると思ってるの？
What? Did you guys just say that Aqua has flaws? How dare you? Aqua is perfect. She's a goddess. Just saying that makes me want to cry. She's the definition of perfection.
油断していると食事に困って大変なことになるわよ。
あと来てないのは尾上だけか？大丈夫かよ。
I'm not sure if she can read the minds of monsters. And even if she could read the mind of a monster, how would that help her? Those things are really strong. At least I think so. Oh, Serika, thank you. God.
ああ、みんなもう勢ぞろいしてる。
Good. I was worried about you. No, really, I was.
遅刻しちゃった？遅れるなら連絡しなさい。状況が状況なのよ。ごめん。誰もいない学校ってワクワクしない？ついつい体育館の方までぐるーっと回ってきちゃった。
You ran around the gym for fun? I don't know. To be fair, I've done dumb things just because I could. Like, what's a good example of that? Okay, I don't have an example right now, but I've always wanted to grab a bunch of money and slap someone in the face with it. I know it's very rude, but I find it really funny. It's incredibly rude. Why would you do that?
ねえ、ひなちゃんは呼ばなくてよかったの？
And they wouldn't be $100 bills. They'll just be $1 bills.
なんでありんだ？
That's terrible. Who would do that?
手から火を出す人に襲われたんでしょ？あれと関係してるのかなって。
関係はしてるけれど、していないって言った方が正しいかもな。
Is that an odd desire? I guess so. I don't know why. I've had, like, fancy, stupid ideas before, and I wanted to do them. I'm trying to think of another example. A lot of these things kind of pop up, and then I do it. this has certainly happened in the past before, where a dumb idea has popped up in my head and I said, oh, why not? Let's just go for it. Some stream things have happened, in which case that was why I did it. Man, if I just remembered which ones, I tell you. I know this has happened before, because I felt this, and then I did it.
それ、日本語になってないぞ。
What? It makes plenty of sense. You can't seriously tell me that people in the chat have never experienced something like that before. Whereas, like, you thought of a dumb idea and said, fuck it, why not?
少なくともあの女はもう僕らを襲ってこないと思う。
Oh, I know. It was like that one time I watched that anime, the one with a character named Eclair. And I didn't know what the fuck an Eclair was. It's like Kitty Grade or something. I think it's called the anime. And then I was like, oh, Eclair is a pastry. So what I did was I bought a bunch of Eclairs and brought it to school and gave everyone an Eclair. Because I said, why not? And everyone was like, what the fuck, why? Like, why not?
有村はあの日大丈夫だったんだよな。
Or like jumping on top of the desk and singing a musical. Why not?
私たちがずっと一緒にいたから。その日は有村さんも青葉寮に泊まらせたの。
Trying to think of any other random thing that I did in the past. I'm trying to remember. I felt like I did something really early on in college that was exactly that. It was a dumb idea and I said, why not?
翌朝にはだいぶ落ち着いたようだったから帰らせたんだけど。
Oh, I bought pizza for a party because it looked like a bunch of kids were looking really bored. So I gave them a pizza, then I left.
さて、それじゃあ始めさせてもらっていいか。
Technically, I got a drink first, and then I left.
昨日みんなに頼んで渋谷のあちこちを調査してもらったわけだけど。
Man, you do really weird things when you're bored. Now I have a stream, so I don't do that as much, I guess.
今渋谷にはいくつポータル装置が出現しているのか、それをまとめたいんだ。
よくわかんない。もっとちゃんと説明してくれないとちんぷんかんぷんだよ。
Oh, geez, Saber, I hope you're okay from that. Well, I mean, you're still alive.
どうしてそのなんとか装置ってのが花ちゃんやタクに関係してるの？
尾上には説明しなくても大丈夫じゃないか。だってどっちにしろわからないんだから。
ああ、そっか。でも一応聞きたいよ。
Soraka.
タクル、ちゃんと説明しなさい。人が死んでいるのよ。しかもたくさん。
Well, that's gonna be the problem, because when we tell them the truth, if we tell them the truth, would they blame us? I don't know. Depends on each individual person. I know I wouldn't blame them.
あの化け物は何なの？
ああ、俺も見た。パトカーを襲ってた。それと最初に生中継された例のニュースも。ありゃ、なんだ？
モンスターだ。文字通り。時間を追うごとに増殖している。
増えてるって？マジかよ。
遺体があちこちに放置されていた。あんなひどい。
Nah, Kiryu has a bunch of flaws. And one of them is he's not that bright of a person. But I guess the thing about that, though, is that his flaw makes him more lovable. But also more relatable. He also makes some rash decisions, which essentially gets him into jail. But within the context of the Yakuza, it's something that you could see as honorable. So, what exactly happens? I'm trying to think it right now. I don't normally analyze Yakuza games. I just play them for fun and the adrenaline rush because I like that. But the idea is that it takes something negative, which is gang violence, as an example, the Yakuza, right? Or you can call them a criminal organization, whatever you want to call them. And then it frames it in the context of like old Yakuza films, which can still talk about the honor, which is really relevant in the Yakuza series. But it also frames it in a way where that this is like a trap for them, where they can't leave this. So the thing is, like, spoilers, somewhat, Kiryu, I think in the third Yakuza game, or the fourth Yakuza game, he wants to break away from being a Yakuza. But the problem is, it keeps coming back to haunt him. And no matter what he does, even if he wants to break away from his organization, his past deeds come back and force him to go back into the workforce of the Yakuza, whatever you want to call that. So I think it was 3 or 4. He goes off and he does what he wants to do, which is he wants to raise kids in orphanage. There we go. And unfortunately, he can't do that because problems arise again, and the only solution happens to be Kiryu. And I would have to play the games again, actually trying to analyze them instead of just experiencing them. But I've always felt that the Yakuza series was one that made a defense for the masculine identity, for the really buff dude, right? And it says that it's okay to be that person. And it's okay to feel a certain way. So it expands the masculine identity to be more than just an unfeeling hulk of mass. It wants to make sure that you understand that there are other elements to that identity that makes it an appreciated idea. So I've always felt an appreciation for martial arts films and for people like Kenshiro and like Kiryu and wrestlers for some odd reason. And growing up, I had a huge admiration for those people because I wanted to be like them. That's not too surprising, right? But question mark, what's the problem here? I'm trying to remember. But I was not like them. I'm not really that buff. I took martial arts, but I'm not really buff anymore, right? And I acknowledge and appreciate the amount of training that goes into having a body like that. But it has to come with the context of understanding that that's not the only image that's acceptable. You can still be who you want to be, and it's cool, you know? You can be a dork, and that's not just cool, it's fine, it's awesome. Like, what's wrong with liking freaking nerd culture, right? You don't have to be like Kiryu. You don't have to be like Kenshiro. You can be like Peter Parker. You can be like freaking Shiki or Nono or Serika or anyone. That's the thing, right? The expansion of identity, and I really appreciated that in the Yakuza films. Sorry, the Yakuza games. I'm not sure how else to explain that no, but yeah, I guess the Yakuza games were just like something that called back to something I appreciated, but I had dodged before in my life. You guys are still talking about Mary Stews and Gary Stews. Am If I had more to add to it, I would. But for now, I was gonna focus on this visual novel. I feel like I don't want to miss anything, so I can explain it if I can. Oops, let me go back and catch up, because I clearly missed something. If you're saying that's your fault, then explain. I might be able to talk my way out explain things to Seriko or Ito, but it wasn't going to work on Kurusu. I'd said on the phone yesterday that the poor devices and monsters might be my fault after all, and so she remembered that, and so I had to explain. Okay. And I have to explain, because obviously Kazuki is someone who can't speak openly, because if she does, bad things might happen. And so I have to understand her well enough to explain her thoughts without her speaking. And that is not easy to do, but the main character might be able to do it. He spent maybe a few days with her, but they're a lot closer from that experience. I have faith that he can do it. They're a lot similar than he might realize, but he does realize that they are somewhat close. Not just like emotionally, but like experience-wise. Okay, so yeah, that's it. You have to explain her thoughts about her talking.
信じるのか？
信じるさ。宮代と和樹が急接近した理由がずっと謎だったんだ。だって宮代が和樹を口説くなんて絶対想像つかないだろう。でも今の説、
注目するところはそこなの？
何にせよ、この件に関しては真意を議論するつもりはない。今はポータル装置のことを優先させてくれ。
Okay, so how are we gonna do this?
それじゃあ一人ずつ報告していくか。どこでそのポータ
Is this the map problem? Let me go ahead and save just to be careful. 33.
ル装置だっけ？それを見かけたか？
実は昨日調査中に警察に見つかってパトカーに乗せられたんだけれど、その時に警察が掴んでいる情報を教えてもらったんだ。みんなから報告を受けた後で照合してみる。
じゃあ俺からな。俺は2つ見つけた。
Two portals, where?
恵比寿から渋谷駅に向かって明治通りをずっと歩いていったら、渋谷警察署の手前に一つ浮かんでた。
Right in front of the Shibuya police station. Wow. I wonder if monsters popped out of that one.
慌てて渋谷川を渡って桜ヶ丘町の方に逃げたよ。で、六本木通りを渡ろうとしたら、今度は南口のバスターミナルにもあった。
At the bus terminal in Shibuya Station. Okay.
あのモンスター、すげえキモいな。モヤイ像が動き出したのかと思った。
明治通りの渋谷警察署手前と駅南口のバスターミナルだな。
Yeah, I do happen to have a guide because someone told me that the localization for the scene is badly done, unfortunately. So I'll be using the guide most likely to help me. What? What? Okay, I know that if I fuck this up, something bad happens. The thing is, I don't know if the bad thing is worth going about. Okay, so that's the problem. It's not translated, and we need to pin it on the map. That's the problem. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to ask is for... It's not really worth it. The bad end is not worth it. Can you explain why? Is it just that the bad end is just the good end, but with less scenes or something? And while that's happening, I'll go ahead and open up this guide. I mean, it's a small thing in the grand scheme of things, so I don't really fault this against them. Let me see. It takes a long time to get there and doesn't really add anything. Okay, well, the key thing is I don't want to waste your time. So the very first one is right here. The very second one should be this one. The third one should be this one.
お前たちはどうだった？
2つ見つけたよ。ああ、でもそのうち1個は昨日の昼のニュースで中継されてたところだけど。
それってサインシティの裏だったな。
The signed city was pair of buildings around the world. Okay, so honestly, I can't read Japanese, so we're just gonna use the guide. Don't worry about it. It was a hotel and an office complex with its own private railroad. It had survived the earthquake 6 years ago.
ええ、道玄坂を上がっていく途中で小さな路地を入る。
もう1個は107のすぐ目の前。
道玄坂の途中と。
Okay, so that's an automatic one.
107の目の前。
It should be this one. Yep.
僕が警察から聞いた情報と一致してる。
Okay, so that should be everything that we need.
僕らが直接見つけたのは1個。パルク前にあった。
Let me turn the lights. It's so bright I can barely read.
警察はポータル装置を中心とした半径約100メートルのエリアがモンスターの行動範囲だって考えてるみたいだ。
警察はポータル装置の場所を全部掴んでるのか？
ああ、みんなが見つけたもの以外だと。
Holy shit, how many portals? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9? 1, 2, 3, 9, if you include that red thing there.
へえ。
駅をぐるっと取り囲んでるみたいだな。
なんか意味があるのかな。
渋谷にいる人たちに駅を使わせたくないとか？
どうして？
Yeah, why?
それは俺に聞かないでくれよ。
ねえ花ちゃん、どうしてなのかわかる？
Are you saying the placement of these teleporters is done by someone on purpose besides us? Because I don't know. Is that something that happens in ESO too? Where the porters are supposed to be positioned in this way for some reason? No? No idea? Okay.
ああ、ごめん。花ちゃんが悪いって言ってるんじゃないよ。ただ、どうしてかなって不思議だっただけ。
意図なんてないよ。全ては偶然の産物だ。説明しただろ。和樹の能力はコントロールできない。
Yeah.
人がよく通る場所に装置が出現しているのがその証拠だ。そういう場所の方が和樹の妄想がより反響しやすい。
Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
なるほど。
でもまずいよな。
What? What did Dajin say? Dajin doesn't even know about Serica. Press 1 to ban Dajin.
まずいって何が？
ヒカリオにさ、人がたくさん集まって立てこもってるらしいんだよ。
え？一体誰が？駅に残ってた人たちは避難させるって話じゃなかったか
Whoop, 5 votes. 6 votes.
.それとは別に、あえて避難しなかった連中がヒカリオにも集まってるんだと。
Honestly, at this point, it might just be better to, I don't know, just hold up inside one of the buildings and just hide. Because it could be like a train effect. Not the train that's coming to save people, but like if you just lead one monster to where everyone's going, everyone's in danger.
ほら、宮下公園にホームレスがいっぱいいただろう。あの辺の連中だよ。
なるほどな。あそこにいた人たち、みんな帰る場所がないから。
And not all of them are large either. Some are human-sized, so they can get into buildings. That's kind of scary.
駅って封鎖されているのよね。
なんだか6年前みたい。そう思わない？タク。
そういうこと言うなよ。
What are the circles? The circles are the location of teleporters. So, I guess you weren't here for the start of the route, but this is what happened. So, Hana has a Esper ability, and her Esper ability is that she can make things into reality as long as people match up their image of what she says. So, I'll give an example. So when Hana speaks, she says an idea, and the problem is Hana can't control her power. So she's very hesitant on speaking, because if she makes a statement, then there's a chance of it appearing in reality. So how she speaks is either she doesn't, or she speaks with a lot of hedge words, which de-emphasize her statements and don't make them statements. So she'll use like maybe at the end of her sentence. She will disconnect words and use them like utterances. She'll put conjunctions at the beginning of her sentence to imply that it's part of something else, but it's not. And she has to do all of these weird things in how she speaks to make sure that what she says doesn't become reality. And so, this is how her power works. So say she purposely wants to activate it, right? So then she'll say an idea. So let's just say, a very powerful sword. I want a very powerful sword. So then she throws that image into the atmosphere. And the problem is she can't control it. So the idea of a very powerful sword bounces around people who hear the idea, right? And it only appears if two exacting images match. And for example, when I think of a very powerful sword, I'm thinking of freaking Excalibur. Were you? Cool, we matched up. But here's the problem. Is your Excalibur the same as my Excalibur? That sounds really weird to say. Bullshit! Anyway, the Excalibur I was thinking has a golden handle, a silver tip, and most of it is gold for some reason. See, not the exact same image, right? So it's not going to pop up, and it's not going to appear. But the problem was, she said something that people would recognize, and the same image of it appeared, which was teleporter. And when she said teleporter, she was thinking of one thing, the only thing that she usually does, which is gaming. So she said teleporter, and an ESO2 teleporter popped up. The problem with that is that the ESO2 teleporter has a bunch of connotations attached to it. It's a teleporter that teleports monsters. And ESO2 is popular enough where people will be like, huh, when she said teleporter, do you mean this? And then it appeared, right? And then it's not exactly the same teleporter as an ESO2, but the interpretations of that teleporter matched up with people, which was, oh, I think this teleporter summons monsters. And then it appeared. And then it appeared again. And then it appeared again. And then it appeared again. And now we have all of Shibuya surrounded by teleporters that summon monsters, and that's a big problem. So that's where we are right now in the route. But if you're asking for the route's importance, it's this. Takeru, as far as I'm aware, he has developed really fast in this route. And I find that pretty impressive because, one, it was done in a way where it wasn't like shoehorned in, right? It logically made sense why he would think this way. Because Takeru and Hana both have problems socially, right? Takeru is extremely ingrained in news media. Hana is extremely ingrained in games. They both have trouble speaking their intentions for whatever reason. Hana can't do it because she experienced something in the past that made it hard for her to speak her intentions. And we know from logical deductions that she's a person who naturally doesn't speak much. But after this event, she now doesn't speak, period. Unless something drastic happens, which was she wanted to save Takeru. And so now, by saving Takeru, she's caused this entire mess to happen in Shibuya. So Takeru accepts that responsibility versus saying, it's not my fault that a bunch of monsters appeared in Shibuya. Big difference, right? Because if he did that, he would essentially be casting aside Hana. And he recognizes that he is very similar to that character. And that's the key thing that the author is trying to say right now. The author of this route is the same writer as Steins Gate. The main writer, at least. And I'm not sure how else to better explain this. I did a really good job. Maybe not really good job, but I did a decent job in the previous stream today, where I had to break down Hana's word usage and how it says something about her. But I also had to make an argument for why I can accept Hana and Aramura and Takeru to some extent, right? And it's an interesting way of doing this kind of moral dynamic because, again, we're back to agency. So Hana did this by accident, right? She created all these teleporters that summon monsters and killed tons of people already by accident. But she's not fully blameless, right? She knew what she could do, and unfortunately it happened. It's going to be kind of hard for me to make that argument again because it took a lot of work to frame it in such a way where I could accept it. It wasn't necessarily for the stream, it was for me. Because the problem for me was that I could forgive Aramura and I could forgive Hana, but why couldn't I forgive Takeru? Right? Didn't Takeru create Serika by accident and cause a lot of people to die? What about Hana? She created those teleporters by accident and caused a lot of people to die. Why can't I forgive her but not Takeru? And then that's what the visual novel does, right? It asks you to make these nuances per character and try to resolve, saving not just one but the rest. Because if you can, then the assumption is you go towards the good ending. I really think this visual novel wants you to understand the concept of agency and morality. It's so much in reading this that I'm surprised that they could do this. But yeah, if you want to see me explain that, go to the previous stream of today. I can't do it again. It took a lot of work to explain that one in my head. What are you guys talking about? Okay, so let's go back to this.
タクル、あなた帰る場所ないでしょ？うちに戻ってきたら？
Is Apple dorm outside of Shibuya?
タクって今、花ちゃんの部屋にいるんだよね。うん。
やらしいよな。
Shinji, what the why?
なあ宮代、風呂とか入ってるのか？脱衣所で風呂上がりにばったりみたいなラッキースケベイベントには遭遇したか？
Were you always like this? Could I punch you?
伊藤くん、いい加減にして。
そういうの本当にあるのかな？
だってずっと一緒にいるんだぜ。それぐらいのハプニングはあっても。
It's actually really funny too, because Shinji is the one who's making those like super stereotypical assumptions, but the main characters isn't anymore.
そういうのはないと。そうか。そりゃ悪かった。
I mean, to be fair, their relationship kind of was built around that. The main character in Ito, I mean.
それでタクル、どうするの？うちに来る？
I mean, can Hana join us? She lives very close to the school. I don't think it's good for her to go there.
いや、行かない。
Okay, so no then.
和樹を一人にはできない。
Yeah, exactly.
だったら、二人とも来ればいいわ。
それもダメだ。寮に危険が及ぶ可能性だってある。
そんなことは。
タク、それでいいの？
ああ。
そっか。それじゃあ私たちは帰ろう。ほら、のんちゃんも。
Hey, Dajin. I want to do the Dajin challenge. You know what the Dajin challenge is? The Dajin challenge is you dodge talking about something sus for an entire week.
あ、ちょっと生理か。
It's pretty tough. I know, some people can't live without talking about something sus.
タク、花ちゃん、バイバイ。
What? Already?
タクル、和樹のこと頼むわよ。何かあったらすぐに私に連絡することいい？
あ、なあ。 勝手に決めたけどよかったかな。もう部屋に入れたくないならそう言ってほしいんだけど。
でもセリカ先輩のこといいの？
いいのって？
タクル先輩が私の部屋来るとセリカ先輩怒るかも。
なんで？
だってタクル先輩とセリカ先輩付き合ってるんでしょ？
は？いやいやいや、付き合ってないし。
Man, if I had Hana's powers, Dajin is sus, right? Question mark? But that wouldn't activate. I have to say Dajin is sus, and thus he became sus.
だっていつも一緒だったかもだから。
God. Save me.
それは幼馴染だからってだけだ。
That power is too strong. I would never speak again.
付き合ってないんだ。知らなかったかも。
It's already true. Maybe it's my fault, guys. Maybe I've had this power all along, and then when I said Dajin is sus, he became sus because of me. It's my fault. I'm the one who did this. I'm so sorry. I've ruined someone's life because I believed they were sus.
それにしても和樹がそんな誤解をしていたなんてな。少し意外だ。他人に興味なさそうに見えたから。さてと、僕たちもそろそろ帰ろう。ここも危ないだろうから。
Are you serious? We could die here and you're gonna play video games. Okay, to be fair, maybe you need to talk to someone. There is one really important person on that game.
っていつの間にゲーム始めてた
？You know, to be fair, she's a gamer with a really shitty computer. I played Call of Counterfield on her laptop and it was terrible. Okay, so this is the only teleporter that doesn't summon monsters? And it's because we thought of the teleporter, right? Or whatever, we'll see. Yeah, it's called Call of Counterfield, I know. I had the amazing record of 0 kills and 31 deaths. You should have seen how janky that laptop was, though. My god. That reminds me of, like, my old computer. Before I got my streaming computer, I used to play on... Fuck, man, I couldn't play anything. I played StarCraft on it. It couldn't run Neverwinter Nights. And it took 5 minutes to load. It was a really bad computer. Oh god, I don't want to think about that computer. Oh, how much my life has changed. I remember saving things onto DVDs because there was so little room on my old computer. What? Why are you thinking this?
いやいやいや、何変なことを考えてるんだ僕は。
Alright, here, Dajin. Who is your favorite character in Chaos Child? You must have seen this stream enough to figure that out, right? It's a shame. A lot of people I really wish could have seen this stream weren't here. Because I feel like the things we discussed in this visual novel have been really novel, I guess. At least I learned a lot. I'm glad about that. Like, honestly, really I am. It's really nice, too. Like, to appreciate something enough that you feel like you got something out of it. I kind of wish that was the same way with a lot of the entertainment I consume nowadays. Not always. I guess that's the reason why I care about this so much. Yeah, I guess that's a sense of fulfillment that I get. Like, when I watch movies that I care about, or read books that I care about, or, yeah, really. Thinking about it now, this season, outside of like one show, there's nothing really I watch that makes me think. I haven't really been following Kino's journey either, which is surprising. I was such a big fan of the original series, and then I just kind of stopped. Last time I watched a show that made me think, I guess Recreators, but barely anyone shares how I feel about that series. Well, it's kind of nice when people do, though.
Hmm?
Oh shit, are you fucking kidding me? No, that's a different kind of footstep. It shouldn't be the pyrokinetic. She's dead, isn't she? Yeah, exactly. I thought we were the only ones in this building. Who the fuck would stay in this building besides us right now? With monsters outside? No, you could tell by her feet. She drags her foot, dude. I mean, it's fine. Again, our own experiences will inform our thoughts in different ways. But if I can make you empathize with someone that you couldn't before, in a way that you can agree with and understand, then I feel like if you ever encounter a person like that in the future, you can give him a chance. And that would be like saying thank you. People make mistakes all the time, man. And life isn't fair. Some people will undoubtedly make mistakes they'll regret. I just don't want them to regret it for all their life. Well, I mean, there's context. Depends on the situation still, but outside the extremes, I would think that would be my sentiment. Oh, wow. Cool Nintendo, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime. I tell everyone this, but 3 weeks to a month, we should be having new emotes. So I hope you're looking forward to them. The reason why I keep mentioning that is I feel really bad that I haven't really given back to subscribers. I guess the argument is I've given back with the stream, but I kind of want to do more for you guys. We're still waiting on Monster Hunter World and Dragon Ball FighterZ, so that will be a thing, hopefully. And God, I really miss the after hours streams, man. Because what I get out of this visual novel is similar, if not the same thing that I've gotten out with the after hours stream. But I don't know. That's the one bad thing about my job. I can't commentate anime anymore. I mean, there still is a legal way, but it's just not convenient whatsoever. But yeah, thank you so much for supporting. It's it honestly makes me feel a lot better because of how the stream has huge ups and downs all the time.
誰かが来る。
I guess before the gigantic move towards getting more consistency, I'm just trying to get certain things out of the way, like personal enjoyment. When Heaven's Feel, the first movie, comes out, I want to watch that with you guys in whatever way that we can do legally. But there's a lot that I want to ask you when you watch that movie. It might be the very first time I listened to a soundtrack made by Yuki Kajura that I felt nothing for. That's really surprising. She's such a talented composer, too. Maybe I was just really tired. I don't know. Was Yuki Kajura the composer for Heaven's Feel the movie? I think the answer is yes. I'll have to double check that. Apprehensive about the Heaven's Feel movies, but here's the thing, the Heaven's Feel movie, the first one, seems to be universally appreciated by the community as a really good movie. So when I went into that movie, I had high expectations because of my experience with Type Moon and UFO Table. UFO Table? UFO Table. It could be UFO Table, but the company is named after a table that was shaped like a UFO, so I don't know what to say. A teacher is here? What the hell are you doing, man? I mean, you're a teacher, so you're doing work, but why? Anyway, it's like, I think the question about community expectations, one of the things that I'm still trying to resolve right in my head, came before I watched the Heaven's Feel movie. I don't remember why, but... as I've said before, I think that movie is extremely targeted towards a demographic, and that demographic is Type Moon fans who know about Heaven's Feel already, given how that movie works. But give it a shot. You tell me, man. I want to watch it again.
一部の保護者から連絡があってね。
how can you feel bad about UFO Table? I don't. They are my favorite. I think they are really my favorite animation studio. I love how much effort they put into conveying movement well, action scenes, the beauty of their animation, the coloring. Sometimes it's very rare, but when they do certain still scenes, they actually capture that well as well. Interesting. That's really strange because no, it shouldn't be strange. Just because they're really good at movement doesn't mean they're bad at stillness. But anyway, they have both ends of the spectrum. So I had a lot of expectations when it came to that movie, and sheesh, man. I hope the second movie is better. Not saying the first movie is bad. I'm just saying adaptation problems were certainly in that film.
ニュースで渋谷の空撮映像が流れていたんだ。そこでちょうどここが映った時に人影が見えたって。それで僕がこうして様子を見に来たわけだよ。まったく人使い荒いよね。
Well, I mean, ultimately, I would say that it's mostly on the director to make a good adaptation because he has to say, animate this, put sound here, here's the storyboard, do this, etc. Like, what's a good example of a UFO table work that didn't do that well? What's that one anime that is like Monster Hunter, but from the future? I think it's called God Eater, right? I don't think that one was that great. I like the opening, though. The music was nice. The animation was beautiful. Nothing wrong with that, right? I wouldn't fault UFO Table for that, though. That feels like a directing thing. It's like faulting the color of your pencils when you said use blue, and they used blue. That's not really their fault. When you should have used green.
一体何をしていたんだい？危ないから休校になっているのに。
Just remember though, the director for Heaven's Feel, the first movie, I had to do research on this. I'm pretty sure this is his first major movie that he's directed. He's normally done character design, but he's worked on almost every single Type Moon adaptation, just not as a director.
もしかしてゲームしてたの？
It will be 3 movies.
なんだ、そんな理由か。まったくのんきだな。人が亡くなっているっていうのに。
What is happening here? I'm losing my train of thought. Not a good thing. Okay, so I gotta focus back on. What were you doing? They closed the school because it's dangerous. Now how to talk my way out of this? There's no point in telling Wakui the truth. Oh, she's As I tried to figure out the best way, Kazuki walked back to the computer and booted up ESO2 again. You were playing video games? That's your reason?
外をほっつき歩くよりは学校内にいた方が安全では。
それを言うなら渋谷から出た方がいいんじゃないかな。
僕は宮下公園に住んでますから。
ああ、そうだっけ。他に頼れるところはないの？親戚とか。 まあね、君たちの気持ちもわかるんだよ。
え？
What, you do?
いや、渋谷に戒厳令が敷かれたような状況になってるでしょ。こんなことをなかなか経験できることじゃないからね。
Yeah, I mean, that is a unique experience. Like, imagine where you live right now, and it's a ghost town. What the fuck? That would be kind of really strange, right?
危険だと分かっていても、ついその危険の中に飛び込みたくなる気持ちっていうのかな。若気の至りと言っちゃそこまでなんだけどさ。でも、僕はその若気の至りというやつを否定するつもりはないんだ。おや、どうしてって顔しているね。言っておくが、僕だって君たちみたいに若かった頃があるんだよ。
Man, his color scheme, though, it really does make him look older. God, that tie with that outfit?
若者というのはどんな時代だって大人や社会に対して反抗的でいたいものさ。
I guess to be fair, if he wore a black tie, he would look kind of like a reporter. So they went with that color, or whatever.
事実、戦後数十年はそういう若者たちで溢れていたわけだし、ちょうど僕の親ぐらいの世代からかな、おとなしくなっちゃったのは。物分かりが良すぎるんだよね、特に僕ら以降の世代って。
はあ。
Get rid of him? I don't know, man. From Kazuki. I'm wondering which branch the sequel follows after Steins Gate, Chaos Head, and Robotics Note. Not sure what you mean by that.
宮代くん、どうかした？
ああ、いえ。
そうならいいけど。で、どこまで話したっけ？つまりね。
She sent me a really important text message. Does it have to do with the teacher in front of me? Well. Huh. So the committee is a group of 300 people that supposedly control the world. I know, the Illuminati. But they haven't reared their ugly head throughout this visual novel, but we know they exist. So if you played Steins Gate, kind of think like CERN. Except they're the Illuminati. It's supposedly the committee that the mind controller wants to get in touch with, supposedly. Nightheart, huh? Can we trust Nightheart? I mean, I trust in Kazuki, but this is just an online relationship. Regardless, we should still be very careful about this.
The
committee controls CERN as well. Really? I didn't know that. The committee was in Steins Gate as well. They backed CERN. That's cool. Huh. Well, I mean, here's the thing. Steins Gate was my very first entry into the Science Adventure series. So, Is it? No, that's not true. Chaos Head was. And then it was Steins Gate.
Eh?
Yeah, I know, right? Well, that was way back in the day, so I don't remember much about the committee.
ほら、そこのボードに貼ってあるやつだよ。何か分かった？
The Committee of 300 is what connects the Science Adventure series. Ooh, that is cool. Might take action. What were they after? I mean, do they want the teleporters? How do I defang the situation? I have to make sure that he doesn't know that I know that he's an assassin. Yeah, I wonder why Kazuki trusts him. Is there like some actual way for us to really know? Okay, stop right there. Just start with trusting Kazuki. She saved your fucking life, man. We'll just figure it out from there.
Oi, Miyashiro君? 顔、青くないかい？
ああ、いえ。事件のことですか？
What was he talking about? About the case?
そうそう。いろいろ無茶して調べてたんでしょ？
Oh, right. Fucking. It's been so long now, it feels like it. The new generation murder cases. Sheesh. The return of it, at least.
だいぶ前にクルス君から軽く愚痴られたよ。宮代君がちっとも言うことを聞いてくれないから顧問として指導してくれってね。
はあ。
Couldn't let it show. You're not a. I hate to say it, man, but you're not a good actor. So at this point, I don't know what I would do if I was bad at acting and I need to get this guy out.
いや、僕もね、学生の頃に世界各地で起きている戦争やらテロ事件なんかを見聞きしていろいろ考えたんだよ。
Okay, if I'm getting really nervous, I guess what I would say to him is that, hey man, honestly, one of the reasons why I could stay in this place without feeling scared was that I didn't realize the amount of danger outside, and you mentioning all these things is getting me really nervous. Maybe I should leave Shibuya. ...
それでバックパッカーとして旅に出たりしてね。いわゆる自分探しの旅ってやつかな。
Is he making that implication here? Okay, go on.
意外ですね。
だろう？僕もあの頃は若かったな。
Yeah. I mean, should I try to break down what he's saying? Let's start from here. I'll pay more attention. I could eliminate the possibility that Nightheart was wrong. If he was, then I'd be fine. Okay, so what he's doing is he's taking the worst case scenario and working around it. Because if the worst case scenario didn't exist, then he's not an assassin, and then we're done, right? But if I ignore the worst case scenario and he really is an assassin, I'm dead. So just focus yourself around that, because the other options don't matter, because they don't mean you die. Yeah, exactly. There we go. drag out the conversation to learn something about us. He could be trying to feel if we know something or not. Yeah, but does it matter? If he was sent to kill us, talking to us and dragging it out doesn't matter unless he's waiting for someone to help him. But that doesn't make any sense. He's an adult, and he's an assassin. He can kill us himself, so he's not waiting for anyone. So he's probably trying to break down information if he really is a killer. That could be it. That would make sense. That's also a possibility. Really? Okay.
でも僕としては宮代君の味方をしてあげたんだよ。
Sorry, what? What was your previous sentence, buddy? You know, when I was a student, I would hear about wars and terrorist attacks going all over the world, and I think a lot about it. I actually ended up putting on a backpack and going on a trip. You know, one of those find yourself trips. I'm kind of surprised, right? I was young then. Backpack. Right? I was young then. But you know, I took your side. Okay, he has to clarify that.
クルス君の言い分もよくわかるんだけどね。やっぱりほら、僕も宮代君と同じく男だから。
He clarified it by saying, I understand why you're here in school, despite the danger. Okay. How do I do this?
男子として共感しちゃったわけ。
それ単にあれこれ指導するのが面倒だったとかじゃないんですか？
失礼だな。ま、実際のところは君の言う通りなんだけどね。
How? I mean, he could have a gun on him. Do you think you could hit him from the back without him noticing?
Tada, あんまりやんちゃをするのは良くないな。
え？
君たちはまだ学生なんだからね。法に触れるようなことをしたら将来を棒に振ってしまう。
What the hell is he talking about, man? Jesus. He's rambling over and over. Okay. How rude. Well, to be honest, you're right. Immediately an answer came from Kazuki. How? For now, I just wanted to get out of this room and get away from Wakui too, if I can manage it. But you know, it's not good to go too far. It's like he's knows what we're thinking. Because every single time I'm thinking of something, he somehow comments on it. In a different manner. Is that true? Let me see. I'm gonna start from the top. We're gonna 3, 2, 1. Now. You know the one on the board. Did you find something out? Okay. Did you find something out? What am I thinking? Should I believe him or not? What are they after? If he was an assassin, were they trying to kill me in Kazuki? Did they not like what was happening in Shibuya right now? So I'm thinking this extended ass monologue here, which is why it's so hard to follow what the hell he's saying. Be killing us would make things better. Did the committee not know that? But if I told them, would they really just leave me alone? Or was there another reason they wanted to kill us? So what am I contemplating here? I'm wondering why the hell they haven't just killed me. Okay, I didn't know. There was no way for me to know. It was all just guesses. Was Nightheart even said any blah blah really exist? Kaki seemed to trust him though. Was it possible a really extended monologue? If I wanted to be really skeptical, I couldn't even be sure that Nightheart contacted Kazuki now. Blah 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 blah. What should I believe in? Who should I believe in? Who was I supposed to believe in? Hey, Miyashiro? Hearing my name called me back out of the trance. Evidently I've been lost in thought. You look kind of pale. Oh no. What were we talking about again? About the case? That's right. Were we talking about the case? That's how long this fucking monologue is. Did you find something out? By the way, what was the name of that thing you were looking into, huh? You know, the one on the board. Did you find something out? He kind of directed it toward the case. No, I directed it about the case. That's right. We're doing a lot of crazy things while we look into it, right? So this is why it's so hard to fucking follow, because it's just a gigantic monologue, which is on purpose. Because we're thinking about this. The reader's thinking about this, because it's way more important than what he's saying. But he might be hiding something in what he's saying. Whether or not I could trust Nightheart, there was no way I couldn't trust Kazuki. She wasn't the type of person who could lie to someone, and it didn't make a lot of sense for Wakui to be here right now. He was just the type of person who'd go out of his way to avoid trouble. Would he really put himself in danger by coming to Shibuya just because the parent had called? Okay, so that's analyzing his intentions. Based on what I know about this guy, he's been really aloof. Why now that he's here? Kurusu was complaining to me a long time ago. How the fuck? How did you jump to that? That's right, you were doing a lot of crazy things, you were looking into it, right? I don't even respond. And then he answers, Kurusu was complaining to me a long time ago. It's like he read what I was thinking about him. How does he do that? She said that you weren't listening to anything she said, so she wanted me to talk to you, huh? But I couldn't let it show. If Wakui found out I was finished. You know, when I was a student... Okay. A backpack and going on a trip. You know one of those find yourself trips? I don't think he's a fucking mind reader or anything. It's just like... the convenience of him doing this is really weird. I'm kind of surprised, right? I was young then. What could be the reason that Wakui was still talking about all this? Yeah, exactly. Why? Okay. What's wrong? Possibly number one is he's trying to drag out the conversation. Now we're breaking it down for why he's making such a long-ass conversation. Who created the portal device? And he wasn't sure. Okay. Possibility, he needs to know who created the portal device. And then he'll kill the other one. He was hesitant. He could possibly care about us, but not likely the case. But you know, I took your side. Hesitant, took your side. How does that follow from what you were saying earlier? Oh, right. Something about... Jesus, that monologue is so long. He was talking about how when in the past, when he was younger, he would go search things. Like during wars for some reason. But you know, I took your side. I understand how Kurusu feels, but you know, I'm a man like you. Yeah, just really convenient that he has answers to the monologue I'm thinking about. And then he clarifies it another way. Come lecture me? You know, if he really is an assassin, and the main character is really easy to read, is he good at that? It doesn't matter. What matters right now is getting out of this room. Just how do we do it? Oh, cool, Rush. Thanks for resubbing. Yeah, but you see what I'm saying, right? It's like, so the reason why what he's saying is so hard to follow is because we're thinking about something else, and all those lines of internal thought is supposed to separate you from reality in what he's saying. So the author did that on purpose. But the thing is, every single time we bounce out of our monologue, and he says something, it's like it's relevant to what I'm thinking. And I'm like, what the fuck? How did you do that? What is he doing? He might be probing me for information, but he's taking a very long time. I can't break down his intention. I don't know what it is. We need to go, though. And the longer I stay in here, I think the more tells I'm going to give him, because I'm not confident that the main character can act or play with a poker face. But the thing is, if we dip right now, that's the same thing as saying that we know who he is. How do we play this right?
なあ、和樹。
Yeah, neither of us can act. I'm not
飲み
surprised.
物を買ってきてくれないか。ちょうどなくなっちゃって。
Did you just drink that entire thing? Because if you just drank it and then you asked for another drink, that's a little suspicious. Let me see. I gulped down the entire Mountain View I just bought from a vending machine earlier. Oh. No, he found a logical reason for her to leave.
っていうか宮代くんさ、まだここにいるつもり？これでも僕、君たちを連れて帰らなきゃならない立場なんだけどな。
でも涌井先生の話、もうちょっと聞きたいんで。
え、本当？それは嬉しいな。最近の生徒ってさ、僕の昔話なんて鬱陶しがるばかりでね。
Okay, I know it's really rude to text while someone's talking. But I was looking at my phone earlier when she was texting to me. And I just said that I like listening to him. So if me texting says I don't care about what he says, that's a problem.
なんなら新聞部で記事にしましょうか。涌井先生特集。
I'm pretty much... Once she leaves the room, I want to text her a plan.
いやいや、そんなの照れちゃうよ。
和樹ももうしばらくゲームをしていたいだろ。付き合ってやるから、その代わり自販機でジュース買ってきてよ。よろしく。
うん。
和樹くん、平気？なんなら僕も一緒に行こっか。
No?
大丈夫ですって。今学校には誰もいないし。先生も何か飲みたいなら和樹に買ってきてもらったら。
Yeah.
あ、それじゃあ頼もうかな。僕缶コーヒーね。微糖のやつわかる？朝用って書いてあるんだけど、赤い色の缶だよ。
うん。
僕さ、小銭は財布に入れない派なんだよね。あちこちのポケットに直接入れて持ち運ぶんだ。
No, it's alright. I got you. Please say that.
そしたら財布を落とした時の被害分散にもなるし。あ、お札は別ね。ちゃんと札入れを持ってるよ。それにほら、自分でどこにいくら入れたか忘れちゃうとさ、後で再発見した時に少しラッキーって思ったりできるだろう。
The fuck are you talking about?
そういうささやかな喜びが人生には必要なんだよ。
先生、いいから早くお金渡して。僕喉が渇いて仕方ないんですよ。
悪いね、なかなか見つからなくて。お、あったあった。じゃ、よろしく。
うん。
What? Well, we're fucked. Did he do that on purpose? No, why would you do that? You would expose yourself. The fact that we didn't hear sound is a big deal. Is it just me? What's happening? Okay. What's the chance that he has a power? Oh, cool. I'm glad the game just did this on purpose. I can't speak, period. Nothing. Can you move your body? It wasn't pure silence. Ringing. How did ringing in your ears work? How does it work? That's a good question. What's happening right here? We gotta figure it out ideally really fast. Maybe we gotta do kind of a rash option here. Vibrating air? What? Hang on. Stress is said to be one cause, but it is still unknown where exactly in the body it occurs. What the hell? How could it just said they didn't know? And I have headphones on. This is good. It's just annoying. I've had this happen to me too. Just the ringing and nothing else? So her too. Okay, well, if he was trying to hold something down, he was waiting for this. That's a problem. Yeah, so he was buying time for this. Jeez, man, my fucking eyes. Okay, that's hurting my eyes now. Huh. What would that be like if I couldn't hear my own voice? Let me see. My mic is on this one. Let's try it. It's kind of frustrating. Yeah, okay, I agree. I mean, these headphones aren't noise canceling, but get the quick rundown on what's going on. After this scene stops flashing all these lovely colors in my eyes, I'll give you a quick rundown what's going on. Fucking man, my eyes! Please, game! They say that in a completely silent environment, a human will go mad within 45 minutes. I looked up. Wakui was looking down at me with a cruel smile on his face. Okay, buddy, if this is your only power, how do we conjure up our D sword? Because quite frankly, I'm not sure if you can turn this off. Maybe you can't, in which case I'll just kill him anyway. What? You can't be silent if I keep yelling. Wow, he just went for the kill instead of trying to probe us further. He just set it up. A faint rhythm? There's a faint rhythm to this? What's this sound? The sound of your body? Wow, this silence is actually really annoying. I'll be honest. they did a good job of making me feel agitated. I'm not sure that's the goal, but I feel it. Fucking every single time I see these colors flash, I'm thinking of just stabbing him right now. And getting that fucking smirk off his face. Buddy, please. Hey man, if I'm gonna die, might as well just go for it. Fucking ow, my eyes! Stop it, teacher, please! The sound overlapped more and more. Okay. I have to like cover his face so I can read this right now. This is actually real. I think they once set up a 100% silent room, and after a few minutes, people could hear their own bodily functions. Really? That's really impressive. I didn't know that. God! The rest of my life. I'm not gonna go, like, barf something or anything. I'm not... Whatever that condition is where you get tons of strobe lights and you get sick. That's not me. It's just really annoying, these colors. It's kind of hard to concentrate. Yeah, that's the problem with all these colors. I mean, obviously they're doing that on purpose, but God. Thank God. What the hell happened there? Did you release that on purpose? What's your goal? Okay, thank God. I feel better now. That was suffocating, actually. Okay. Okay, my eyes are actually trying to get adjusted. Give me a second. Okay, I think I'm good now. But still, what the fuck? Okay, so the rundown is this, in case you missed it. We are on Hana's route. Hana is this character, it wouldn't be surprising. She's the one with blue hair, see her? And this route is extremely different from the common route. Hana has a power. That power is making things reality. I'm gonna do the quickest rundown because I want to continue right now. She doesn't have control of her power. She throws out an image by saying a word, and if that word is recognized by a population, and the image coincides with another person's image, it comes into reality. And even without her being there, that image bounces around until 1 and 1 matches together, and then it comes out in reality. So when I say hamburger, and if one of you thought In-N-Out hamburger with onions and extra cheese, then that hamburger will appear in reality. But it will keep bouncing around until it does. That's the quick rundown, okay? And that's why Hana usually doesn't speak. But when she does speak, she speaks in a way that de-emphasizes statements because she's scared of making things that she says into reality. And in the past, she's ruined someone's life by accident. And so she stopped talking. And my eyes are still getting adjusted. Okay, so that's the quickest rundown I can do. It has nothing to say about the themes of this route, but we'll figure it out.
邪魔が入ったね。
He didn't do it on purpose.
高級ね。偶然ではなさそうだ。
Did Serica do this? Because she's the only one I can think of who would know that I'm under distress from far away. Who else would know about this? Oh, Hanzo Gonzo is hosting me. Well, thank you, I guess. I appreciate it, man. We're just reading a visual novel, though.
宮代くんたちに手を出すなら相応の理由を説明しろということかな。やれやれ。彼女は宮代くんに対して本当に甘いね。いいよ。今日のところはここまでにしておくよ。宮代くん、和樹くん、悪いが続きはまたにさせてもらうね。一つ教えておくけど、逃げられるなんて思わない方がいい。
We got no information from this.
君たちはやりすぎたんだ。委員会は君たち二人を世界の敵として認定した。これは決定事項でね。故にこの地球上のどこへ行こうと、我々は世界規模のネットワークで君たちを捉え続ける。見失うことはないんだ。絶対にね。では、また。
Yeah, the image has to coincide, so remember that.
気をつけて帰りなさい。
And it's not that easy to make an abstract concept that no one knows about somehow coincide exactly with the idea of them being eliminated. We don't know what the committee is. Maybe it's just a bunch of robots. Maybe it's one person who duplicated himself 300 times. We don't know. That could be possible in this world. Maybe it's not really 300. Maybe it's a different number. Okay. So the committee really does exist. And we're on their hit list. That's cool.
カズキ、大丈夫か?
Did you piss yourself? Okay. So what does that mean? Now that I know the 300 committee exists, it means whatever solution we have to our problems in every single route can't go too far, otherwise they'll try to kill us. And the committee is strong enough to back CERN, which means they have enough power to run scenes behind the world. Yeah, that's a problem. That essentially means that probably on their hit list is the mind controller too. There's no reason why they would target us and not him. Okay. Well, that gives me a lot of context. Now I can't just abuse my powers and solve everything happily. The mind control. Sorry, P model. I thought you were with us for a long time. Yeah. The mind controller. You didn't know? Okay. Okay, so this is how the structure of this visual novel works. Imagine a tree, alright? The trunk is the common route. And as you go up the trunk, eventually you'll hit branches. And if you choose to go down a branch, you hit a different route. However, on your very first playthrough of this game, you can only go down the trunk. Or up the trunk, rather. So now, the trunk exists as the information you know that you have to know. And then every single route references the information from the trunk of the tree. So then, when you go onto a different branch, you have already solved the mystery of the original common route. To some degree, right? There's still like openings here and there. But you know why the murders happen. You know the main culprit. You know who the mind controller is. You know why certain things happen. And then, when you go off a branch, one of the, I think, 5 writers takes control of one of the branches and says, hey, now that you're down this route, here are the themes of this route and why it applies to the common route. And the reason why is the common route ends in a very lukewarm way. Not like a cliffhanger, not like something super distressful, lukewarm, right? You're not really that happy and you're not really that sad about it. But to prevent that kind of ending, the assumption is by hitting every single route, we can go to the true ending. When you're first playing this game, you have a bunch of options that do nothing. And you're like, okay, this is kind of cute and fun. I can look at this scene in different ways. So when I'm given a scene, sometimes I'm giving an option. And that option is neutral, see the scene as it's supposed to be, positive, have a delusion on the scene that's positive, or negative, have a delusion on the scene that's negative. And how this visual novel is created is that once you finish the common route, you realize, oh, your perspective actually changes reality. That's the core, that's the premise of the entire story. That your delusions can be made real. And so now, when you're going onto certain paths, you're forcing your perspective of a person to be positive. So if you had tons of doubts on a character, you're essentially saying, fuck that. I want to believe in this person. So I'll have my interpretation of this person be positive. And then you're on their route. So for Aramura, I had to say, I believe in you 4 times in a row. Not literally, I believe in you, but like through the scene actions, right? And then I'm on her out. Aramura is about truth and false. She can tell if you're lying or not. And that's really relevant to the visual novel. Hana can make things into reality, but she can't speak and you can't really understand her intentions. A big deal in a visual novel where a mind controller exists, it makes it so that you can't trust anyone anymore. You can't trust the police, you can't trust information, you can't trust your fucking friends. That's the fun part. And then you don't even know what's real anymore because delusions happen in ways where you can't even tell what's real or fake anymore. That's a premise. That's the fun part of the visual novel. Okay, is that it? Are we good? I'm trying to think. One of the major themes of the visual novel is agency. Because if a mind controller exists, then you have no agency, right? But it's not just him. It's characters who've made mistakes in the past that cost people a lot, like their lives. How much control do they have over those events?
お待たせ。時間通りかな。
And the answer is not much. At least initially. Okay, so, I might as well say it, right? If you're watching this stream, you don't care about spoilers. Serika is an extension of the main character. She's not supposed to be real, but now she's real.
これ返しておくよ。ほら。あ、いらない？それとも学校の備品だったかな？
宮代拓と和樹花を攻撃した理由を教えろ。
Is this from the perspective of Wakui? I guess so. Yeah, a lot of what I said probably doesn't seem that impressive, but they set up the VN really well. I'm pretty impressed, in all honesty.
僕の返答次第では、君は委員会の敵に回るのかな。君はさっき僕のことを妨害したね。あの行為は委員会が君を排除する理由として十分すぎるほどのものなんだけど。
宮代拓を勝手に殺させはしない。殺そうとするなら理由を聞かせてもらう。その理由次第でこちらは黙認するかお前たちと手を切るか決める。
黙認ね。まあ確かに君とはそういう協定を結んでいたけれど、それにしても君はいつだって彼のことしか考えてないね。実に潔いよ。
Why were they cooperating with her? So this is actually true, huh?
理由を教えろ。
Well, if I were the committee of 300, having her power would be really useful, but I still can't let the mind controller live.
我々が問題にしているのは宮代拓ではなく和樹花の方でね。やりすぎたんだよ彼女は。これじゃ6年前の二の舞じゃないか。
Ah, they weren't okay with that? Okay.
我々はこの町で粛々と実験を行っていたというのに、 ここまで大きな騒ぎを起こされてはね。
Yes and no. We think we know who the mind controller is, but I'm not ready to say 100% that person is exactly who he says he is.
力をコントロールできないがゆえに彼女の責任だとは一概に言えないが、彼女の妄想がリアルブートしたことが原因なのは確かだ。
The thing I can't understand is the committee of 300 just naturally an evil committee? Or are they trying to do something more? I don't know much about them.
彼女一人のせいで渋谷の秩序、ひいては世界の秩序までが乱れてしまった。
No, that's it. P model, I'm serious. That's it. That's exactly it.
しかも彼女の背後にはあの西条匠がいるとの未確認情報まであってはね。このまま事態が収束しなければギガロマニアックスの存在が世間一般に知られてしまうどころか、人類が和樹花一人の妄想に飲まれる可能性すら出てくる。
But there's some things that say that can't be it, but we're still not 100% sure. I don't want to go into that right now. I want to focus on this. Okay, so they need to make sure that the Esper human experiments is on the down low. That's obvious. And they can't have the world get fucked over by Hana. So that's the reason why she needs to die. So one, they can't expose that they experimented on humans, and they can't let their control lose its grip. Okay.
委員会はビビりすぎという顔をしているね。だが、これは性分だよ。それぐらい慎重にならなければ委員会は今の地位にはいられなかった。
The Committee of 300 is based on the real world conspiracy theory of the same name. That kind of makes sense. It's like how Steins Gate took actual things that happened in the real world and made it and then expanded it. There we go.
とにかく我々は和樹花を世界の敵に認定した。とはいえ、彼女は実験対象としては稀有な個体であり、殺すには惜しい。というわけでね、委員会の方針は和樹花の心を壊して生け捕りにするってことになったわけ。
Really? Got it.
宮代拓はついでだよ。和樹花と一緒にいたからという理由以上のものはないかな。君との協定もあるしね。殺すつもりはないよ。まあ少し急を据えてやろうと思ったぐらいだ。
Man, that's really weird. P model, I thought you were here with us for a longer amount of time. I thought you read this with us for the majority of it. I must be wrong. That kind of sucks. I really wish you were there to read it with us, because if you did, you would have understood all the concepts that I have explained. It kind of sucks, because now going back into it, it's really hard for me to show you why I view this visual novel so highly. Because I wasn't going into this with any expectation for it to be good, and it ended up being really well done. I'm still kind of surprised by that.
和樹花を回収したら宮代拓の方は君に返す予定だよ。もっとも君が望むなら殺すこともできるけど、どうする？
理由は聞かせてもらった。だから黙認する。
Okay.
殺すも生かすも僕に任せるということかな。
そうだ。
Okay, so option one, the writer didn't understand what Sarako would decide in this situation, so this is an error. Option two, the writer for this route completely understood and is making a situation that makes sense for her. Weird. Okay, so once again, what is Saraka's purpose? To make someone... Okay, how did I explain it? Give me a second here. God, breaking this down always gets so exhausting. So I always start from this position, which is... Save me. Save me from what? Save me from some... Save me from blank, which is... not being able to do anything. That's not close enough to what I thought. What was it? Save me from believing in this, which is I am useless. Okay, so from there I go to here. It's an ego thing. So the ego thing is... I should write this down so I don't forget this. It's about... Okay, so I want to be better than anyone else at the cost of others. I want to be better at the cost of others. That wasn't the best way to put it. Okay, but I'm willing to sacrifice other people to be better than them. Belittling of others. Save me from that. Save me from a sense of inferiority. No. Here. God, I wish I wrote this one down because there was a phrase that I used that made so much sense to understanding how she works. Okay. I'm going to give myself 3 minutes, and if I can't remember this, I'm going to move forward. But when she says, yes, go ahead and go along with what you're doing, it sounds counterintuitive to what she normally does. Fuck, this is not good. Just hope that I'm not useful. Okay. I want to be better than others at the cost of others. I want to do something I want to do. So when he says this, when the murders happen, it's because of his internal belief, which is I want to be better at the cost of others. Okay. So if I created someone with that belief, why is it okay for you to kill me in that position? What's the logic behind that? Her life. Cool. So we'll go back to the reasoning here. We have our agreement with you as well. I have no intention of killing him. I just wanted to teach him a lesson. Once we have Hanakazuki, the plan is to give him back to you. Of course, if you like, we can kill him. How about it? Tell me reasons, I'll allow it. You told me your reason, so I'll allow it. Your reason, does it escalate his ego? The plan is to give him back to you. It makes him more important, yeah. I have to go back at this. Let's go.
いいのかい？
問題ない。
君は徹底的に狂っているな。宮代拓が楽しむためなら宮代拓本人であろうとも犠牲にするとはね。あるいは生まれながらにして価値観が違うのかな。
Okay, so that is the case, isn't it?
ちなみに僕は残念ながらエンターテイナーではないから君ほどうまくはやれないかもしれない。そこは考慮しといてよ。一つ聞いていいかい？君は宮代拓が死んだらその後はどうするつもりかな？
私にはその後なんてない。
あ、そう。けなげだね。あ、尾上くん。そこらを化け物が徘徊しているから気をつけて帰るようにね。さて、そういうことならもっと大っぴらに動いてみよっかな。西条匠もついでにあぶり出せればそれに越したことはないけど、とりあえずは和樹花と宮代拓だな。
He needs to lure out this person? I think the main character of Chaos said. Okay. Okay, so confirmation-wise, we now know that there are situations that exist in which Serica will let the main character die, which means that they're essentially establishing a point where you have to worry when Serica is there. So even though she prevented this one sequence from him dying, it won't always be the case. In fact, now we know he can actually die with Serica on the scene.
はい、もしもし。
In contrast to the common route, in which no matter what bad things happened, in the context of that route, the main character would not die, period.
どうも生徒会顧問の涌井だけど。
She let him die in Hinae's route. True, you're right. But could she have prevented that? Let me think. How did he die again? He died... Okay, but I would say that's outside the extent of her control. Is that true? He was going to... He was going to see Aramura's mother. Correct. And she read Takaru's intentions, and from that understood that he was done with the murder game, and so she stopped doing that. So there was development in that character where she let him go free. So it wasn't that she let him die, as in she killed him. It's that she let him make the decisions that he needed to do. This is kind of a slightly different context here, where in this situation here, she won't save him if she were there. Whereas in the other situation, I'd argue it's that if she had been in the area, she would have saved him.
ちょっと生徒会長に話があるんだよね。いいかな。
But the things have escalated so far where, honestly, she probably couldn't save him even if she wanted to. Scott doesn't stream on weekends, so this is free for me to do whatever. I'm still trying to understand how much more this route can unveil. I mean, the themes of this route is understanding intentions. Certainly, they've made that kind of clear. Problem is, though, I don't know how we solve this. Even if we solve it, does it mean we're crystal clear? I don't think so. committee has us on the blacklist now. I don't see a good end for this whatsoever. Yeah, what's the solution to this? I can't think of one anymore. Even if we solve this, we're still on the kill list.
Kazuki, ほら、着いたぞ。カズキ、破ってくれ。なあ、頼むよ。
I wonder what's the closest anyone's ever gotten to the committee of 300. Because honestly, if we could get rid of them, then it would give a lot of more freedom to every character in the sci-fi adventure series period. Yeah, but that's... how would we even know? Didn't Okabe join them in one timeline? In one world, in one like fan disc, in I think it was called Jekyll and Hyde or something. Okabe was part of CERN, I believe. He worked with Moe. I forgot her full name. The one that had glasses on. Rounder Moeka. There we go, yeah. That was a really fun read, too. Well, not read, you were listening to it.
一つ教えておくけど、逃げられるなんて思わない方がいい。
Okay, well, the thing is, even if we kill him, it doesn't do anything. We're still under the target list. I don't know how we get out of this. Does anyone have a solution? So, let's say we solved this Shibuya problem. We would need to convince them not to kill or do anything to us. I don't know, is Robotics Notes even good? I haven't read it. I think there was an anime adaptation, right? So far, every single science adventure series has been really dark. Robotics Note doesn't really look that dark, is it?
電話？誰からだ？もしもし。い
や、おはよう。涌井です。
Oh, you fucker. Okay, hi. How you doing?
おかしいな。和樹くんの電話にかけたはずなんだけど、 まあ別に問題ないか。どうせ横に和樹くんもいるんでしょ。
Okay, yeah, what's up, buddy? What? Normally you don't stream on weekends, dude. That's why I covered today. If you want to stream, I can get off right now.
クルスに何をした？
おや、もう状況を理解してくれたのかい。頭の回転が速くて助かるよ。
PM, please. Anyway, do you need to stream right now? Because I can just leave. I'm fine with that. Although, preferably, I want to keep reading.
殺したのか？
いや、ただこの先はわからないけれどね。
どういうつもりだよ。
今日の昼12時に光夜の11階シアターキューブの前で待ち合わせと行こう。
Okay. Can we make a deal, which is we'll solve the Shibuya problem?
二人で来てもらえるかい？
No, fuck you.
行かなかったらクルスを。
そういうことになるね。
Yeah, we don't have an easy solution.
いやー、こっちもいろいろと事後処理が大変なんだ。何の事後処理かって？それはもちろん和樹くんがやらかしたことのだよ。というわけでそっちから顔を出してくれると助かるんだよ。できれば派手にやりたいという上からの意向もあってね。いや、もちろんこの騒動をさらに拡大させるつもりはないんだ。むしろ今の渋谷の状況については情報規制を敷くつもりだし。ただ6年くらい前から我々の足元を鬱陶しいネズミが何匹か這い回っていてね。君たちやクルス君はそのネズミをおびき出すための餌というところだ。宮代君についてはそれ以上の役割はないから、時間さえ守ってくれれば何も緊張する必要はないよ。
Okay, so they want to get rid of Takumi, probably. Okay.
ではよろしく。今日の正午だからね。くれぐれも遅刻しないように。生徒に待たされると先生悲しくなるからさ。
クルスが涌井に捕まった。
The protagonist does have powers, yeah. As far as I'm aware, at the current moment, he's the only Esper in the story who has two powers. One that he can't seem to control anymore, and the other one fairly irrelevant, which is he can levitate objects, but not really heavy ones whatsoever.
猶予は3時間もないか。
Yeah, and in this route, he doesn't have good access to them, so good luck with that, I guess. No, not in this route. He's not really good with his powers, because he hasn't experienced certain events.
どうしてノノ先輩が。
そんなの僕にわかるわけないだろ。
You know, one of the things I really felt when reading Steins Gate, the reason why I'm mentioning that is because the Steins Gate writer wrote this route, was the feeling of, despair, obviously, but it's more like not having enough room to make decisions. And so that feeling of suffocation was always there in Steins Gate, especially in Steins Gate 0. Like, no matter what you did, nothing would matter.
選択肢なんてあるわけない。
And in the context of that, it was really hard to make life worthwhile. And they really emphasized that in Steins Gate 0. In this one, now that I no longer have a way to break down an easy solution for things, that's the problem. The moment they introduce the Committee of 300, I no longer have an option. Like, no matter what we do, we will die. That really sucks. So it has to be that when we finish all the routes, the true ending, my guess, is that we have to solve the problems in such a way where we don't make the committee really aware of us. That, or somehow we create a situation where they can't screw with us. He isn't just a Steins Gate Rai. He was the sole writer of Chaos Head. Ooh, that's really impressive. He's done a lot of work, man. I wonder why he decided to break down Chaos Head to multiple writers. I mean, it's a lot of work. I get that. And also, he's not the main writer for Chaos Head. Sorry, Chaos Child. He supervised someone to take over the role, which is interesting. That's not sure how to describe it. That's a very generous decision to do because he's giving away something he created and put it into control of someone else.
殺されに来いって言ってるようなものじゃないか。
He's had scenario or supervision roles in every science adventure entry. So he's done for every single one. That's pretty nice to have, though. Someone that can guide you on how to write something that connects to other series, because they're supposed to be all connected somehow, right? And if you don't understand how they're connected, you could always ask him for questions and information. I don't think anyone would be like, I don't think anyone would belittle you for having someone like that help you as you write, because you're still the main writer if you are the main writer of that particular story. It's kind of nice. I never worked with multiple writers before, and so thinking about how very lengthy visual novels work, it makes me wonder what's the process in which they come together and make decisions. And having like-minded people who are all talented in writing, you can learn from their perspectives too.
助けたい。
Huh?
He was the main writer for all the 3 initial series. I don't know. I wonder what he's going to do now. Like, is he just going to keep supervising people to write? Is that his goal? I don't know. I'm pretty curious if he's had any interviews. Like, now that you've made these stories, are you just going to let other people write them for you? That seems a little bit rude. I'll try it again. Now that you made the initial stories, why do you supervise the stories instead of taking them into your own control? And maybe his view is he wants to help other writers come into the industry, and so that's why he lets people take control of his original work and just supervise them. In which case, if that's his answer, that's really nice of him. Because helping other writers have a breakthrough into the industry is really sweet of him.
のの先輩、助けたい。
I mean, can you imagine that? Imagine if you were a writer who had the talent, but not a way to, get into the limelight, and someone was willing to guide you and put you into the limelight with one of their works, but you still are the main writer, right? It's like if you really enjoyed the series, and then finally you were given a chance to write about that series. That feels like Fire Emblem Echoes to me, where the original story wasn't all that amazing, but then they gave the project to someone to rewrite the story in a really well done passion project, and then you had Echoes. Yeah, I mean, there's like abuses of that, but this doesn't seem to be the case with the Science Adventure series.
Night Haruto なら。 ナイトハルトならなんとかしてくれるかも。
I mean, there's a lot of science adventure series now, right? So if the Steins Gate writer were someone who abused his position to take the credit of other writers, I feel that would be something that's a bit of a scandal that would be hugely highlighted. And then I guess the question simply would be, why? Why would you do that? He already has his name and fame. He's obviously made a lot of money given what he's done with Steins Gate. And then you would ruin other people's chances of being exposed in the industry in a positive manner, obviously. Why would you do that? I can't actually fathom a reason why you would do that. At that point, he has so much money. Why would you care more about more money? And for someone who's written the series that he's written, he clearly understands the meaning and worth that goes into writing. I mean, it's just different values. Maybe in some other timeline, all I would give a shit about is money. But that's certainly not the case right now. Oh yeah, you're right. I mean, just because they have a value in something doesn't mean they're perfect in other ways. You never know. Hell, more things like that are coming out. And when you realize that, you kind of have to figure things out too. Like the recent Rurouni Kenshin scandal. Holy shit, like what the hell? I know a lot of people who were big fans of Rurouni Kenshin back in the day. I wonder how they're handling it. I'm not crazy about Kenshin. Hell, honestly, I don't know what I would do if one of my favorite writers was exposed to be something like that. What would I do? Yeah, that's actually really surprising. A lot of people had to come to terms with that, and I haven't had the chance to even think about that yet, because it hasn't happened to me. Okay, so name a writer that I really admire. Sure, let's just say the Steins Gate writer. Why not? So if the Steins Gate writer had something exposed, like a scandal, how would I resolve that? Yeah, that's funny. I actually haven't thought about that yet. And yet so many people have had to come to terms with something like that. I mean, do you guys have an answer? Out of curiosity, are any of you huge fans of Kenshin? How did you handle that? What was your logic? Was it just, you detach the work from the author, or mangaka, whatever, and be like, yeah, their work is good, doesn't matter what they did. What they did was wrong, but it doesn't mean that you shouldn't appreciate their work. Right? I don't have an answer for that yet. It's actually a pretty interesting topic, now that I think about it. And this has been brought up before, and I think my answer has stayed somewhat consistent, but I'm not sure how consistent now that I think about it. For me, it's always the value of their writing, but what if they did really terrible things? Then wouldn't I not support that? Okay, so as a personal choice, I wouldn't support the Kenshin mangaka anymore. Like, if for some reason they got out of jail and they made another piece, I wouldn't support it anymore. But yeah, is that true? Would that be the case? What if I did support it? Then what would that mean about me? I don't know. Yeah, that's surprising. I haven't thought about this yet. What the fuck? Nightheart, please.
だよこの人。
Jeez. What is the argument for continuing to support the person's work? You have to make that distinction between the person's work and who they are. Okay, so the argument is, even though the person has done something wrong, you can still appreciate the work they've done in the context of continuing to support them? I've heard that argument in the context of not continuing to support them. You can abandon your friend and run away and buy yourself another day or two before you get caught. You can surrender to Wakui and beg him to spare your friend, but in Wakui's case, there's a good chance that he's not going to do that. And your last choice, the odds are incredibly low, but you can fight him and try to turn the tables. Okay. So, out of all the options I saw, I only like one, which is fight him. A shot to turn things around. The sumo stickers. Ah, he's saying use the sumo stickers, which have a very adverse reaction on espers. So we shove it in his face. But that doesn't solve the problem of us being on the hit list. Unless there's something I'm missing. It solves the problem of saving Nono. I mean, one thing at a time. We have to save Nono because I want to, and she doesn't deserve this. And we're still on the hit list, but one thing at a time. At least let her live. If we die and she lives, at least that's better than having us all die. Stop. Hang on. What's happening here? There are a lot of them in Shibuya. Don't you know about them? I know them. Good. This makes things faster. There are basically two types. Use one. You'll use one of the committee's 300 put-up goods so far. Okay. Put-up committees have the power to weaken Gilgo Maniacs and Chaos Child Syndrome impacts. Yep, we know that. That's the effect you're looking for. It is nothing to people without power, though. You use the stickers for your own benefit. You weaken Wakui. You slowly tantalizing strip off your shirt. You beat Wakui. What the Knight, please. You put on your shirt and leave. The end. I'm not Yakuza.
いや、ツッコミどころはそこじゃないから。
What's happening in the chat right now? Let's see. Do I want to read this? Might as well. Let's see. Let's start from the top again. When did this happen? Are you really enabling him by giving him money? Okay. We're talking about Kenshin. Okay. Why can't you appreciate a work? The work has no context in support of his illegal activities. It's not promoting child abuse. It's still hard to support someone that does horrible things, though. Supporting child porn is pretty disgusting, and children are harmed. It's pretty serious. Okay, so this is in context of the recent events with Rurouni Kenshin and how it was found out that he has CP. Then what's the problem here? What's the argument again? The argument for this is the work has no context in support of his legal activities. What is that argument? So it's like if I knew 100% that if I supported someone, they would use that money to do something wrong. So what's an example of that? Okay, here, how about this? Everyone who donates to me right now, I'm gonna use that money to buy alcohol and drink like crazy. 100% I'll do that right now. Don't donate to me though, please. I don't want to drink alcohol. Okay, so replace alcohol with something really, really bad. I'll use it to buy a steamroller and run over someone's house. 100%. Okay, so where's the distinction then? The distinction is... Okay, the argument again is that the work can stand on its own. So the reason why I had to think about this is because I haven't thought about it yet, despite everyone thinking about it already. The distinction is the work can stand on its own, disconnected from the creator. Have I ever made that argument before? I've done it in the context of localizers being assholes. And me saying that please do not judge the merit of a work if the localizers were bad, because that would hinder and hurt the author who has no connection to the localizers. And I wouldn't want people to demerit a work that is positive if the localizers were bad because the author has no intention of doing that. That's a specific context. This is different. This is if the originator was doing something bad with the money and whether to support them or not. It would require, again, to understand how the money is being used, right? So if you gave the money to me and I told you I was going to buy a steamroller and roll over someone's house, is that saying you're supporting me in rolling over someone's house? Yes, right? Right? If I said right now that if you donated to me and I'm going to steamroll over someone's house if you donate, wouldn't that be enabling me? Okay, yes. So why is that different? Why is that different? It's because in supporting this work of a person, you don't know what the purpose is that they're going to use the money. But you can still appreciate the work. I think that is true. If you buy a book, you buy the book's contents, not the creator's mind. I think there's an argument against that. Okay, so first, let me take a step back. Does me understanding this argument have any value to Chaos Child? And if it doesn't, do I still want to know about it? Because usually when we have discussions in Chaos Child, it's very relevant to the story. But now this is maybe the first discussion we've had that might not be relevant to Chaos Child, and I'm thinking if I want to continue with this or not. Because people probably are here for me to read this, but I'm really interested in this conversation. Okay, so I think the responsible thing to do is to continue reading Chaos Child. And then if a theme comes up, I'll break it down for you. Because right now, even though I'm interested in this topic, I shouldn't pursue it in favor of people who are here to read Chaos Child. Is that fair? You can go ahead and talk about it if you wish. I will allow that. But I don't want it to be unfair to people who are here to read Chaos Child. So I'm going to go ahead and continue, okay? I'll talk about this later in Discord. If you want to talk about it with me and help me understand the issue better, I would love to talk to you about it in Discord, because I'm really curious about it myself. So I'm going to go ahead and shill something because it's kind of relevant. So we kind of changed some rules with our chat, not officially, but kind of unofficially. So now that we have a Discord, there's two reasons why, actually 3 reasons. There's 3 reasons why I want you to join our Discord. One, for discussions like this, which I think are important, I would like to talk to people in our Discord about it. The reason why I'm mentioning this right now is because before we owned a Discord, I would be open for people to have conversations like this. The only problem, though, is that it would take away from the appreciation of the game on the stream, right? But I didn't want to say don't have this discussion because I still find it valuable. And so having that in the Discord as an option is now what we do. So if there's ever a gigantic conversation that's completely irrelevant to the game, I now have the option of saying, go to Discord and talk about it. I won't like heavy-handed hammer that or anything, but for this particular case, I will. So that's one. The second reason is, given the new things that have happened recently regarding the law in America, so I think it's December 14th that net neutrality is going to be voted upon, right? So that's going to cause issues with us streaming on Twitch. And if you are unaware, Twitch is also having a lot of company issues with growth right now. So I can't for certain tell you how well Twitch is going to do in the future. And it might just be that I hate to say this because Twitch has been such a large part of my life, but I'm not sure what the future of the company is anymore. And if somehow things explode and Twitch is no longer a thing, which is like extreme scenario, right? But if it does, I would like you to follow our Discord because I still want to have the community that we built up, and I care about us talking. I know that sounds kind of corny, but I really mean it. There's also a few other factors, like I don't know if this can be financially stable anymore as a stream, but as always, thank you for supporting us. So join our Discord, that's reason 2. Reason 3 is the obvious thing, which is when I announce when we stream and I put our schedule up. I've been fucking lazy about that, I'm so sorry. Discord will be where I announce when streams happen and when schedules eventually go up. So if you care anything about our community, just join our Discord, and that'll be relevant. Okay, so now I'm going to continue. I'm sorry I took a long pause there, but it's just something that's changed about FinestKO, and I hope it's not a bad change. Usually with the visual novel streams, though, we have tons of relevant conversation regarding things in the visual novel.
問題は一体どうやればいいのかっていうことだ。
And if this is your first watch of Chaos Child, this is not the best example of what happens, but I assure you that I've been pretty surprised about how many times we talk about relevant things in Chaos Child.
シール1枚の効果なんてたかが知れてる。
Usually I don't force the topic, it just comes naturally.
せいぜいちょっと気分が悪くなるぐらいじゃないか。
So right now I'm still thinking of a solution to these problems, but I don't have one. Maybe that's the point.
それでどうやって涌井みたいな化け物の力を弱体化させられるっていうんだ。
But one thing at a time, right? Which is save Nono, and even if we die, at least Nono's alive. That's one positive thing.
聞いてみる。
Okay. To use Katsuki's power, it's not going to be that easy. Yeah, I know. The odds are good at drinking soda and blah blah, but you want to beat Wakui, you gotta work with what you got. You gotta be willing to take on the whole world. This is your last hope, and it's probably not gonna work. Whether you're willing to try it anyway just because you want to survive, it's up to you, not me. He's saying that us surviving is the same thing as saying fight the entire world, which the committee has the power over the entire world. The Illuminati, essentially. Yeah, I guess that's true. If we survive this, why would we just roll over and die? That would be stupid. We're trying to live. Okay. No way. We can still try. I mean, this whole situation, Shibuya, happened because Kazuki's power happened by chance. Unless somehow we can understand it better before we encounter him. But we have, like, what, 3 hours? Fear.
もうしまいだ。僕らどうやっても死ぬんだ。クルスだって見逃してもらえると思う？そんなわけないだろ。何をしたって殺されるさ。どうしようもないんだ。考えてみたら今のこの渋谷の状況は元を正せば僕のエゴのせいだし。
Oh, also I mentioned this before, but how they use this piano in this route is very similar to how they use it in Steins Gate Zero. So I feel like if the writer of the route has control of writing it, they also have control of directing it, which is interesting.
最初から潔く死んでおけばよかったんだよ。
In fact, I think I've heard this song 3 times now in this route. It's more rare in other ones.
そうさ。僕が生きてるのが間違ってるんだ。お前はあの時学校で僕なんか助けなければよかったんだ。
Okay, he's really regressing here.
私は
Okay, take a step back. When he says that, what does that mean? Okay. We're doomed, we're dead, no matter what happens. Okay. Okay, so these are the facts. Or rather, it's most likely that this is going to happen. Why even bother is what he's saying. Why even bother trying to live? You never should have saved me back there at school. He's taking back the choice that she made and said that it's wrong.
私の力が大嫌いだけど、でも私、野々先輩助けたい、助けたいよ。
Okay, so whenever she tries to save someone, she has to risk the chance of her power going haywire and more people will get hurt. But she's still making that choice. So she wants to feel validated in that decision, otherwise blank will happen. What is blank?
新聞部、野々先輩に誘ってもらって、すごく嬉しかった。
Okay, so she wants to defend someone who gave her a chance. Okay.
あの部室にいられるの救いだった。のの先輩にほんと感謝してる。だから私助けたい。見捨てたくない。
助けたいって言ったって。
Well, how did she speak? Being in that room was the one thing that kept me going. I'm really grateful to Nono, so I want to save her. I don't want to abandon her. So her speech changed. So she's no longer using de-emphasizers. She's making strong statements.
どうするつもりだよ。
That's actually the key to how you save Nono. You have to keep making strong statements.
どうすることもできないよ。力をコントロールできるのか？できないだろ。できなかったから今こんなことになってるんだろ。
Okay, huge divide here.
わかってるよ。だけどのの先輩どうなってもいいの？
Establishing connection. Okay, what I'm doing in my head right now is I'm looking at how they speak, and I'm breaking down intention, and I'm breaking down speech actions. So when someone says something, their words are an action. And if you can break down their actions, you can break down their intention. If that makes sense to you. It's a communication thing. I'm trying to think of the easiest way to explain this. When you say something, you are doing an action. When I say, congratulations on winning the tournament, I am doing the action which is congratulating you. If I make this sentence that I'm going to say right now, congratulations on winning the tournament, right? In that kind of tone, my action isn't congratulating you. My action is, well, I think I'm being sarcastic. I'm trying to show that in my voice. I am belittling you. So even though the sentence is the same, the tone changes your action. And that's how you break down intentions in real life.
私、後のことなんか知らない。考えたくない。
I don't care what happens after. I don't want to think about it. I don't care what happens after. I don't care what happens. Present tense. I don't want to think about it. Okay.
今の私のクエストは、のの先輩を助けることだけ。
Okay. She used to speak with a bunch of hesitance, obviously. And the only way to avoid her power was to create ambiguity and to speak in the past tense because she can't change the past. She can only affect the present and the future. So that's showing in her dialogue. And that's something the author is very evidently doing. Okay, so if I believe in her, what does that change? First, if I believe in her, story mechanic-wise, it allows two people to have the same image if we try. And realistically, if I believe in her, I am saying this. What does that mean?
カズキってすごい負けず嫌いだな。
Okay, so a connection. It's really weird too. I'm not sure how many people do this, but when I'm doing a conversation with someone, sometimes I keep track of this might be a really weird way of saying it, but flubs. Like, how many social flubs do I make? And it sucks when I count them up and they end up being a lot, right? Because I'm scared of my intentions being read the wrong way. And small things like tone or clarification kind of factor into it. And then how experienced you are with the person and conversation in general will hopefully lessen that number. But I'm just trying to show you how I think right now. But pay attention to things like this allows you to understand conversation flow as well. She was always so serious when she played her games. Okay. Okay, so establishing a connection here. That sounds really obvious, but I'm trying to figure out why. Because now I'm trying to figure out the author's intention.
あ、カズキ。なんでお前はあの時僕を助けてくれたんだ？
Okay, that's an important question. We never actually asked her that, and I can't tell. Do I even have a guess at why? I understand why you want to save Nono. Reciprocal effect, but why him?
新聞部だから。喋らない私なんかに居場所与えてくれた。何も言わないのに置いてくれた。そんな先輩たちのこと結構好きだから。タクル先輩のことももちろん。だから先輩困ってたら後輩として助けたい。
Is that a characteristic of people like that? I don't know. I'll have to look up in psychology, but I'm not sure that matters. She has very low self-esteem, understandably given what she's done in the past.
助けたいか。どうせダメ元なんだから。
Okay, so we're going to gamble on what he just said right there. We need to plunge the entire world into chaos and then die before we fix any of it. Oh, I love this solo. Well, technically the entire piano is a solo, isn't it? But it just seems like this part. What is happening here? I'm not sure if the author established this well enough. Okay, let me ask you guys a question. Do you see what they're doing? The author is doing. He's trying to say that to save one person, you need to take a risk that will endanger a lot of people. Did you recognize that as a reader? Why is that important? No, why is that important? I don't understand why that's important to Chaos Child. That's a theme that I didn't recognize. Oh no, it's true, isn't it? Oh fuck, duh. You're saving a bunch of espers who are a danger to society. Yeah. The safe answer would be to kill all of them. That's the safe answer. You kill all of them and then there. That's it. Society is saved.
やってみてもいいかもしれないな。
タクル先輩。
やろう。僕らで。
うん。
Oh, that's odd. Is the internet dead? No one's talking. Let me see. Looks like I still have a connection. But yeah, the same question. Did you recognize that? Or was I the only one? Did the author do a good enough job to make you recognize that situation? Because I just had that click, and I was like, that's the reason why he needed to bring that up. Because he wanted to establish the fact that saving these espers really does endanger society. Yeah, I guess they hit that kind of well, now that I think about it. Because we were so attached to their own mentality this entire time that I forgot that these are powers that people don't want to exist in reality. It's a legitimate question, man. Come on, please take it seriously. Or don't. Yeah, okay, thanks, guys. What is that? That is tone change, right? No, it's understandable. It's just depending on the context of how the scenario is going, that kind of tone change is risky to do. But obviously, you read that I would accept that, I guess. I mean, it's obvious, right? In certain scenarios, you wouldn't do that. So, like, if I said that my dad died, and you would tone change it to something that's a joke, then that would be considered very rude. But I imagine most people would understand that that would be really surprising if you didn't, or anyone didn't. But there's different, like, levels of that kind of acceptance, I guess. I guess that would be a social cue? Yeah, but I didn't give any obvious cue, I think. I just said I wanted to know what you guys thought. And it's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm not condemning you or anything. It's actually something that I had trouble with in this visual novel, where there were a lot of serious conversations, and then there would be a joking tone change, which I felt belittled the aspect of important information that was, like, crucial to understanding the mystery. But from that point on, they haven't done it again, which is a good thing, I guess. Oh, excuse me. Oh, man. What time is it? 9:33? That's not so bad. Oh, from the novel itself, not the chat. The chat has been surprisingly civil this entire visual novel stream. Well, not this one. This one's a little bit worse than the others, but that's okay.
ちゃんと着替えたのか?
I haven't really established tone well and the atmosphere of how we handled these visual novels in this particular stream, so I am going to place a little bit of fault on me.
下着とスカートだけかも。
Sorry, what? Did you change? Why is that a question? Why do you ask that?
ああ、そう。
Oh, right. I forgot about that. So far, I prefer the Aramuro route compared to this, but they did make me realize a few things. I'm assuming we're getting near the end now. Surprising. I have a lot of expectations riding on the Steins Gate Rider. What is this?
明治通りに出よう。
Yeah, it's hard because of how quickly things go to shit, right? And I don't blame you, because moving at the pace this story goes, it's hard to stop yourself from continuing.
宮下公園の横にある地下鉄の入り口から地下に潜って一気に光をまで行く。
Yeah, and on the major bright side, I recognize the author's ability to understand dialogue construction really well. He's good at that. Yeah, well, here's the thing. In my opinion, visual novels share more of movies than books. That sounds really strange, but all I'm really saying is that visual novels have images and sound, and how you use images and sound to create a scene is very relevant to how you do it in movies. So in a movie, when you see a scene, it's not just there. The director had to say, this scene has to exist. And you have to ask why. So when they show this scene and then the next scene, you have to ask why. And then the next scene, why, right? And when you keep asking yourself that, you'll be able to understand why the director makes those decisions. It's the same thing with the author in this particular case here. Oh my god, please, context. I love how the FKO says quotes never have context, but that's the joke. I can tell you exactly why I said that line. I said that line because we were playing Reciteer, and I was selling... God, this sounds so bad. I was selling candy.
Bullshit!
I was selling candy in the game Reciteer, and I needed to make a lot of money. And so, when I was selling candy, an event triggered. And the event was a bunch of little girls are looking for food. And they came into my store, and I sold all the candy. I know. Please. Believe in me.
これが最後の晩餐とはね。
Oh, man. After I'm done reading this book, not this visual novel, a book that I'm reading, I really want to read more about movies. He's chewing on this.
うまいな。
That took fucking forever. You had fun with that, I guess. For the most part, I almost know every single context. One day, I too will find my own prince. That was... Jeez. That was... Something Save the Queen, a Steam game, in which I was the queen. Oh my god, please! Long live the queen, there we go.
やっぱりある。
A sticker? No, a monster.
一昨日はなかったはずなんだ。あんな目立つところにあったなら見逃すはずがない。
I mean, we could use that as our game plan. You could try to take it into the area which we see Wakui and get him killed. But he has Nono with him, and she's a hostage, so I don't know how to do this.
じゃあ
Also, Nono is an Esper. We don't know that yet. I know
昨
that.
日から今日にかけて出現したんだろうな。ポータル装置は渋谷駅をぐるっと取り囲むようにして出現している。
Princess Maker 2 was a strangely fun stream, I'll be honest.
光をは駅のすぐ東側。 電車は使えない。渋谷駅には電車は来ない。
多少無理するしかないかも。正面突破的な。
確かにポータル装置の半径100メートル以内に入っても絶対に襲われるっていうわけじゃない。見つからないようにして素早く駆け抜ければ。
They need to break through something? Let me double check. Appearing in a circle around the Shibuya station. The Hikario is right next to the station on the east side, so we're not there yet. Okay, so that's a problem.
Yeah, 危険すぎる。
ん？
あの化け物どもの身体能力ははっきり分かってないだろう。何しろ元はゲームの中にいたモンスターなんだ。
Wow, this might be the first time he's doing an explanation and he doesn't sound belittling.
私、ゲームじゃ何度も戦ってる。
そういう問題じゃないから。ゲームで戦うのと現実で戦うのはわけが違うんだ。あいつらが本気出した時の足の速さとか狡猾さを僕らは好みで体感してない。
True, maybe the context of when they move in real life is way faster than in the game.
それに仮に路上をうろついてる奴らをやり過ごしたとして地下鉄の駅の中に他の化け物がいないとは限らない。いざそうなった時退路がなくなる。地上に戻るわけにはいかなくなるんだから。それは想定される中で最悪の事態だ。
うん。
最寄り駅まで遠回りしている時間的な余裕もそんなにない。
There's not enough time left to go to another station and head around from there. Okay, so the problem is how to get there without getting ourselves hurt. I thought about heading down the tracks from Shinsen Daikanyama or Omotesando stations, but that wasn't realistic. Okay, so it's time and danger. So time and safety, rather. Okay, that's the balance that we need to do.
地図上では抜け道はあるように見える。
Okay, so we're assuming that the radius is where the monsters will travel, but they can walk out of it. You never know. But we're making an assumption here, so... As long as we can get through the Seibo department store right next to the Tatsuya, we can make it out of the Scramble Crossing. And we had Kazuki's D-Sword to do that. So we're gonna book it around the circumference of that. Go outside. Okay, so we're just in danger territory for a little bit. Assuming that none of them walk outside that radius. Okay, and we can use the maze to our advantage? He's that confident? I'm really bad with directions. So I would need someone to guide me through this, otherwise I'll die. Me, personally, I'm not really good at directions whatsoever. Like, left, right. That kind of thing. Going through streets. Not like, this is how you make a cake. I hear when you get older, your sense of direction gets worse. I wonder if that's true. I wonder why. And that save area was just something I come up quickly and hadn't had long to think about. Okay, yeah, so there's no guarantee, it's obvious. We broke open a shutter at Seibo department store and ran through the building. Okay, cool, we're good to go. Okay, So things went cleanly. Took a lot of setup for that, though. I guess they had to make it believable, because if they said, we just appeared here, then people would be like, what? What about the monsters? Why did he make this our meeting location? There's a bunch of people in here. Oh. Maybe he anticipated us just bringing a monster into this area to attack him, so he accounted for that. That was kind of smart. Ah. But if he anticipated that, then why didn't he see this? Of course I'm just gonna scream a bunch of weapons so we can use it against him. I mean, if you really want to be safe, just say modern day weapons and don't start saying monsters, please.
Yare.
That kind of works too. We need that. My bad. Oh, May Plusu? Thank you. Did they change how they're doing that? Super strong sumo sticker. Super strong super sticker. She gets tired. Super strong sumo sticker. No, this is usually what it looks like. Okay. I thought she was changing intonation to make sure people would think of it in different ways. Okay, that one's disconnected. Oh, is it like don't think of a pink elephant? Oh fuck, I just thought of one, but yeah, that's how you could do it now that I think about it. Okay, so not really a plan, just shout it out and hopefully luck comes at us. I mean, that's not entirely a bad plan, though. Everyone knows what a sumo sticker looks like, right? Kind of, and we just gotta hope that it hits the right one. $10 minutes to do this? Oh, Jesus. So we got nothing. It's like rolling the gacha to try to get the character you want, and you got nothing. Not even trash. I know it feels bad. I've been there. That's pretty much saying that we're not gonna save her. I don't know how we're gonna go about this anymore. Honestly, I don't even see a good end for this route. It's way more obvious with this route than Aramuro's, in my opinion, though. And by good end, I mean like an ending that makes everyone happy. Oh, she was a former singer. Really? Oh, AKB? Ooh, that's... Okay, my hesitation isn't because I hate idols. It's just that's an extremely marketed group that has a lot of stress on them. Tommy, would you say that if you knew you were going to die? I mean, you still could. It's perfectly fine. It's just the context of this is... Oh, you're probably referencing the likelihood of the good end. I was thinking more of, if we don't get a sumo sticker right now, we're probably going to die.
ごめんな、和樹。僕を助けたばっかりに、こんなことになって。
ううん。一緒に。
It's the journey, not the destination. You're right. Hey, Tommy, we're gonna go into zombie-infested Orlando. We're gonna go to the fighting game tournament where you can finally win a tournament. The only player there is a dead person. We got this, man. I'll clear out all the zombies, and all you gotta do is just hit a few buttons. It's about the journey, not the destination, Tommy. That's such a perverse reading of it, though. Haven't you got every endings by now? No. This is the longest science adventure visual novel that's out to date. So 50 plus hours plus how long it takes for you to finish every single route. So I'm guesstimating 5 hours per route, 4 routes, 50 plus 20. 70 hours plus the true end, which is I don't know how long. 70 hours so far. Well, we're not 70. We're like what? We're halfway done with the 4 routes. That's not the common route. Yeah, it's very long, but God, it wouldn't take me 70 hours to read a novel though. You don't think so? No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't take me 70 hours to read a fucking novel. I'm an English major, dude.
おい、君たち、時間ギリギリだよ。
Is it good? Yeah. I wouldn't be able to explain to you why immediately right now with the context, but yeah. There's a lot of things that this visual novel does that makes you have to think. And very fortunately, it's really aware of how to construct writing well, because it has a lot of talented authors. So it's a bunch of good people who know what the hell they're doing. That's pretty much what I'm saying. And surprisingly, even though this isn't a horror story, they understand aspects of horror and bring it in. I still really think that's the case. Same thing in Chaos said, in my opinion. It's also kind of nice. Their understanding of visual cues have really played to viewer expectations and also giving you true hints. It's just that if you notice it or not. It's kind of a shame that this visual novel isn't that popular, at least in the West. I know it grew slowly in Japan. This kind of sucks, you know? Just bad marketing or timing, things like that. I'm trying to think of an example of that happened in the game industry. And a good game that got killed by bad marketing or timing, huh? Well, I know Umaneko is dead on arrival. The fighting game. I mean, it's not entirely true. You have an entire month to play it until Dragon Ball FighterZ comes out. Did I watch Blade Runner yet? 2049? I did not. Bad marking on a good game, Okami. I made a mistake on scheduling next week for Little Witch. Okay. When would you like to reschedule? Did I watch Blade Runner 2049 yet? Nope. I did not have the time. Is it still in theaters? If it is, I can definitely go try.
クルスに何をした？
Am I free Sunday? I can make it on Sunday. Are you available on Monday? I'm assuming the answer is no, so we only have one day to hang out?
別に大したことはしてないんだけどね。
Let me think. Next week, I have to finish reviewing a game, which can be instantly done. Not instantly, I have to read it, obviously. And then I have to cover it before a date, which is... Yeah, I can do that. It's not even a problem.
ちょっとばかり過去の傷をえぐってあげたぐらいだよ。
You can work from home on Monday. Okay. If you're okay with that, Sunday and Monday, I'm perfectly down to do. I would have to finish my assignment, get the next assignment. The question is, what's the next assignment? Oh my god. It doesn't matter. I'll make time for you, Scott, Dom. I almost called you Scott. Wow. I'll make time for you, Dom. Let's go for Sunday and Monday then. You okay with Sunday at noon-ish, 1 p.m.-ish?
お前。
To be fair, there's kind of an ongoing joke that Dom and I look the same. Not that that's true, but I take that as a compliment for the sake of brotherhood.
体を傷つけたりはしていないんだ。ちょっとおとなしくなってもらっただけさ。非難されても困るな。
Okay, Sunday then. Did you need me to bring anything? Just so I know. Oh wow, he can finally do it. Well, good. I mean, that's the whole point, right? He's developed a lot as a character, so now he can read people. At least someone close to him better. That's a strong analysis. Gripped my hand tighter, our eyes met. She said nothing, but she sadly shook her head. I thought I could tell what she was. I thought I could tell what she was trying to say. Don't resist. We'd come here to be killed. We would turn ourselves over to Waku in exchange for Kurusu. Did they hide that? Hang on, I'll be right back. I need to do something really quickly. But right now I'm thinking, did the author hide that intention? Or did I miss the cue? Okay, so I knew... I'm gonna go in a bit, but I knew something, which was what? What did I know? Something. What was it? Okay, give me a second. I don't know. I just lost my thought. I knew that things looked hopeless. I knew that they were gambling on chance. I knew that they were trying to make a statement, which was, even if we're going to die, let's at least go away with something positive. Therefore, don't just roll over. At least we can make one thing better, even if we're going to die. That was the thing that I recognized. But did they hide that? No. Otherwise, why did I recognize that, right? Okay, anyway, I'll be right back. Hang on. Okay, I'm sorry for the wait, guys. Oh my god, these quotes.
クルスを解放してください。僕らは抵抗する気はありません。
あ、そうなの？
In a friendly way? Okay.
その割にはさっき下で何かやってたみたいだけど。
You know what? Let's have some fun. Not that I'm gonna do it. You know what? Fuck it. You know, every once in a while you have a dumb idea and you just want to see where it goes. Okay. I'm going to take the next 3 FKO says quotes and then think about a random story that works and ties them all together. I blame you for having such an erotic voice. Wow, that's a strong start. Okay, let's see where the next 2 go. By the end of this stream, I will think of a story that connects all 3 of them, just for you. Fix your fucking shit, and whoa, those abs are real. Okay, that's actually not that hard. Okay, so the order is... So, one of the things I used to be able to do when I was younger and more erratic with my imagination was I could take random shit and make a dumbass story from them. So those are the 3 quotes, huh? I'm not gonna do that now. I'm gonna just read this, obviously, but curious if I can still do it. Let's see. Erotic voice, fixing shit, abs are real. Okay, I see a story already. The story is... Oh my god, that's a terrible ass story. Okay, I'll do it right now and get it out of the way, okay? So the story is this. One day, my refrigerator is broken and I need to call someone over to fix the refrigerator. The problem is that when I call over the person, I realize that they... I realized, upon seeing this technician for the very first time, he had the most erotic voice. I didn't want to really tell him that. It was kind of awkward. After all, isn't this something that would normally happen, like, I don't know, one of those 18-plus DVDs? You know what I'm talking about. Technician comes over, what's next? The pool boy? But here was the problem. That voice was so beautiful. I'd heard it somewhere before. Wasn't it from one of my Japanese anime games? It could have been. Hey, by any chance, do you voice act? Oh, why yes, I do. He poses very seductively while leaning his arm against the refrigerator. How would you like this fixed? He says, caressing... wow! Caressing the refrigerator's front door handle. I kind of stood for a moment thinking, why is he doing such seductive poses? And if I heard his voice before, how would I know? But for some reason, it stuck out to me. And then I looked where I didn't want to look before. Where's the story going? Even I don't know. He rose. He rose? He rose. As if from nowhere. A rose. An actual rose. From the... Oh, no, I do not want to use that noun. We're going to choose something else. As if from nowhere. The most beautiful red rose I've ever seen. Tucked in between his teeth. He rose something else. Let's not talk about that. Why do I keep talking about rose? Why is my... To be fair, this story is going in a very wrong path. Why couldn't it have been someone else? Okay. He raised his shirt, and then I finally saw it. Those abs are real.
Bullshit!
I knew that voice. That voice, that suave, erotic voice, came from one person and one person only. Okay, so this is where you punctuate the story. So it could end as a joke line. So it could be something like Albert Wesker, right? It could be something that makes sense, which would be like Kiryu. Or it could be something like, who the fuck has a rose in between their teeth and a very seductive body with abs? Rose in between their teeth, seductive body, and abs. Fuck, why not? Alstoffel. At least I wouldn't feel so too bad about that. Yeah, let's go with that. Okay, I did it. Vega fuck, it could have been Vega, you're right. That would make a lot more sense. But why is Vega a technician for a refrigerator? That doesn't make any sense.
でも結局何も起きなかったんですよ。
Tuxedo mask, that could work too, you're right.
だから全部諦めてここに来たんです。あれぐらい見逃してくださいよ。あなたの方が圧倒的に立場上じゃないですか。
Yeah, but random shit like that. It's fun. Every once in a while I'll do stuff like that.
殺すなら殺してもいいですから。でもせめてクルスだけは助けてほしいんです。それぐらいのお願いは聞いてくれてもいいでしょ。
宮代くんはそんなに死にたいのかい？
昨日みたいなことをされるぐらいなら死んだ方がマシです。そうしたら楽になれるから。
そっか、なるほどね。委員会からの指示ではね、君たちを殺せとは言われていないんだ。
Okay, what did they say then?
いや失礼。言い方が正しくないな。和樹くんについては殺すなと言われているんだ。君は貴重なサンプルなんでね。
Me? Well, I mean, there's a good reason why they don't want to kill me, but I would like to make an argument for Katsuki to stay alive.
宮代くんについては、正直どっちでもよかったりする。
Sorry, my mistake. What did you say? They told me not to kill Kazuki. Ah, my mistake. You don't want me. Even though I have the ability to conjure up multiple powers. Okay, fine, whatever. Oh, it's because in this route, they don't know that. Okay, whatever.
彼女からは殺してもいいという許可はもらったわけだから、僕の気分次第という感じかな。
は？
ま、とりあえず宮代くんのことは後で考えるとして。
Everyone's a fucking Esper in this game. I mean, I know that looks really bad. Not sure if I want to elaborate on why. I'm not even gonna say it. Did they design that on purpose to look like that? Because it looks fucking disgusting. I mean, that's the point, right?
まずは和樹くんに。
He's 100% pure Gigalomaniac. I mean, I know that he's an Esper. I'm just saying it looks disgusting, his weapon. And I mentioned before that I would find it funny if everyone was an Esper, and lo and behold, where we are.
絶望してもらおうかな。
Sorry, what?
待て
Honestly, I wonder why they designed the weapons to look like that. Like, that one looks very impractical. I mean, that's okay, right? It's just, man, out of all the D swords I've seen, that is one I would not want to wield. I said it before, but you see where those spikes are near her wrist? What if you just turn that thing incorrectly? Poke out, yeah? I mean, I guess having it look impractical is okay, because they're not supposed to be realistic. Maybe it's supposed to be like an embodiment of who they are, but I certainly do not see that visual design being that very obvious. Ow, my eyes, that hurt.
抵抗する気満々じゃないか。先生に嘘はいけないな。嘘をついたのはどの口だい?
Well, I mean, I'm not really good when it comes to visual design. It's something that I still want to improve upon. So maybe I'm just missing something. Okay. Takaru and Heroine's D swords are modeled after the senses. How many characters are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. Espers that I am aware of, at least. Let's meal an Esper, but she shouldn't be. Unless they want to talk about the Six Sons, which would kind of make sense given that they're Espers. So yeah, well, that works.
Kazuki, どうした?
I feel like this route's a little bit more graphic than the others. I keep forgetting that very gory scenes have happened in this visual novel. One that I can never forget, ever.
子供の頃、親に言われたことはないかい? 嘘つきは閻魔様に舌を引っこ抜かれるぞってさ。
よせ!
What?
ああ! Kazuki! あれ?
Huh? I was fed a false image. It was a delusion. Does he have that power? He's a real gigalomaniac. Is that the biggest difference in the world? He's the real fucking deal. Yeah. That's the difference. Holy shit. It didn't hit me until he finally did that.
自分が舌を噛み切るリアルな幻覚を見せられたら、さすがにショックでかいよね。
Okay, I still don't see an easy way out of this. We've lost on the gamble. It would have to be some type of trickery to get out of him.
でもこんなのまだまだ序の口だよ。
You would have to stop him right now, before he gets started. Make a deal.
和樹くんには徹底的に壊れてもらわないと。
Make a deal fast, please.
サンプルっていうのはそういうものだからね。
How about something that involves cleaning up Shibuya? We haven't even mentioned that yet, and it's part of his job. Lie about it. we can fix it. Would that even work with him? I don't know. Is there anything else I can think of? Okay, so say Shibuya doesn't work. Think of anything else that can convince him to stop for a second. Okay, in this route, I have not shown my other abilities. I'm also not aware of Serika, so I can't talk about that. Well, that fucking sucks. Any other option? Anything else I can make a deal with? Does me cooperating with him do anything whatsoever? He wants test samples. I'm still gonna get fucked over anyway. I just need to buy time, and for him to lower his guard. Random display of bravado to make him look at me for a bit because Kazuki does something. Maybe. There's nothing else I can think of. Wow, that kind of sucks. Anything? I can't think of anything else. If he doesn't want to fix Shibuya, what the fuck do I talk to him about? I don't have the information to say anything. Oh, I got it. What about I say I can lure Takuru out? Not Takuru, Takumi. That would be a deal he would need to actually analyze. I just have to lie out of my ass. Okay, so that'll be it. It'll be way more important than Shibuya. He would care more about that. So as long as I could lie about that correctly, it would buy time.
Nanda? 宮代くんも壊れ気味なのかい？こらえしょうがないな。
Is that the only way to get out of the situation? I wouldn't sell him out. I just need to buy time.
だったらさっきの続きを見せてあげるよ。
Stop him? Anyone?
目をそらしてはいけない。しっかり見ておくこと。ほら。
Wow. Is this a delusion too? I can't tell anymore. I mean, that's the point. But fuck, man. That was eerily cute. I'm not sure how else I would describe that. Oh, wow. They are embedding delusions very close to reality now, because that was an interesting transition. This guy is a sadistic piece of shit. It seems that committee assassins, at the very least, or people related to committee, have the potential to have Esper powers. In which case, this guy right here is an assassin sent by the committee who happens to be a real deal gigalomaniac.
やめろ。
The fact that he can just force delusions this quickly is kind of frightening.
いや、死にたくない。
I guess that's why they don't really give a fuck about the mind controller. If all the committee members are like this, I'm not even sure if all the committee members are like this, but it's a big fucking deal.
さようなら。
Yeah, Sakuma is a mind controller via the machine. At least that's what we think for the time being.
いやいやいやいやいや
幻覚だ。
拾いなさい。
は？
トクルー、なんで私生きてるの？今首を切られたはずなの。なんで？ねえ答えて、トクルー。私なんで涌井先生に殺されてるの？
Well, if you want to break the fourth wall for a second, no. There's something that authors do. And it has a lot to do with suffering. Do you want to talk to the author? You can ask him that question. She has been the victim of a lot of really terrible shit. And it makes me kind of wonder now, actually. Because so far, every single main character who's an Esper that we've learned about has been the victim and the perpetrator of a certain thing. And Nono has been explicitly shown as the victim of multiple incidents. So at this point, I wonder if they're shoving that in our face to hide something bigger. Okay, why? Why would they do that? Is it because they need to justify something about her? Or is it they just want to kill her? Because she's a person who's very close to the main character. And so that sense of loss would do something to the main character, obviously, which is psychological effects. But are they doing that on purpose besides what I'm just saying? I mean, that kind of interpretation would mean that I have a lot of faith in the writers, which I do, don't get me wrong. They've certainly destroyed certain conventions and expectations in a really well-done manner. I mean, I'll have to see her route, so we'll figure how that goes. But yeah, that's explicitly been done repeatedly over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. So my expectation is that every single mainline Esper is meant to say something about them being a danger to society. But even so, I don't think their aim, as in the author's aim, is to say the committee members or those that are antagonists against the main characters are right. I don't think so. Because they've set it up this entire time to show really sick things. How would you even justify that at this point? I don't give a shit if the committee members are here to control the world and make sure things don't go wrong. They've done too much bad already. And this is just me reading this and understanding Steins Gate. So fuck them for all I know. I don't even know how you would begin to justify the committee members. I wouldn't even try. You know what? If you write that really well, I would applaud that. But I don't know how I would feel about it either. Okay, so what led me to this conclusion here that I'm making? It's because of the moral boundaries this visual novel tries to make you think about all the time. So my assumption at the current moment, based on how things are going, is that every single mainline Esper will have that duality. And then you have to resolve that. And that would make a lot of sense. Yeah, but they're still shoving Nono's dead face in my eyes repeatedly. So they're doing it on purpose. Okay, I'll see where that pans out as I keep reading. I'm pretty curious now. Huh. Whoa. I mean, at this point, what would Nono have to do for me to really question her as a person? I don't know. Jesus, you killed her so many times. Huh. I wonder if that reading is off. I'm still trying to understand why I had that analysis. Again, they're shoving it in your face so many times. Wouldn't you kind of question why? I mean, the easy answer is because it's just to cause psychological damage. Yeah, but they're using the trope, though, which is the damsel in distress. Which is fine. It's okay to use that trope. It's just like, with how much awareness they've had this entire fucking visual novel, wouldn't that go against their own aims? I don't know. Yeah, let's figure this one out. I'm really curious now. So many things that I thought were going to be a certain way were twisted to make it, I guess self-revealing is one way they expect it. But I've anticipated a lot given what they've shown me. But yeah, you know what? I'll make that bet. Why not? I think they have to do that to justify Nono. She must have done something. I wonder what it was. How would you... What's wrong? What did she do? Is there a point to this? I mean, I know in Steins Gate, there was a lot of thematic qualities that resolved around the concept of an undeniable fate and, by proximity, God. Fuck, I really don't know. I'm curious. Straight up, just surprise me if you can, huh? I mean, of course I know Nono is an Esper. That's not really what I'm getting at here. I'm trying to figure out author intentions and why they're shoving this in our face, besides the logical story reasons. That sound again. That sound. It appeared when a teleporter popped up. What happened? Right?
この音はまさか。
まさか
I have no idea. But it makes sense that even if she's unconscious, the idea is still bouncing around. She couldn't control it. This is what we gambled on. I think so. I took a little bit of time to ponder a thought, which is they're shoving Nono's deaths in our faces a lot, and I wonder if the authors are doing that on purpose to set up her route, because if they are, I think they're trying to justify something she's done in the past by making her to be an explicit victim of a lot of incidents. That's what I was pondering, and I tried to see if that made sense and how I realized that or not. Anyway, Kazuki's knocked out, and the effect that she was trying to proc, a game term, might have worked. Something was wrong? What happened?
なんだありゃ
Is this a sumo sticker? The scale was all wrong? Oh. Oh, this is the first time you heard this song. What the fuck bounced out in reality and made that thing? Who thought that was a super strong sumo sticker? I guess so. Super strong sumo. Yeah, that could fuck over things a lot. Oh, a kaiju movie, big monster movie. I recognize that now. The biggest problem, though, is even if it solves this, how do you solve that? I guess it depends upon the person's interpretation of the sumo stickers, if they're positive or negative. And at that point, I don't know where we're gonna go. Wow, you crushed it? Thank you.
おいおいおいおいおい、なんだよありゃ、ありえないよ、むちゃくちゃじゃないか。
What does the term lampshade mean? It's a verb, apparently. Yeah, exactly. How did that image pounce out? Drawing attention to.
タクル先輩。
We need to go. But we need to save Nono. How does this work? Is he looking at... Can we grab Nono and go right now? Do you want to stab him in the back too?
あれって私が。
きっとそうだ。
だったら涌井先生をぶっ倒してくれないかな。
Can you do that? Draws attention to inconsistency. Huh, it has a gigantic effect on him. I guess that makes sense.
カズキ、カズキ。あれに命令しろ。
Tell him to eat him, and then destroy the teleporters, and then leave Japan harmlessly. And the rest of the world harmlessly. Don't hurt anyone.
巨大力士シールマンはお前の言うことなら聞いてくれるかもしれない。
Hey Asian, how you doing?
来い。こっちに来い。
Tell him to go to Canada, please. Oh, and after you leave Japan, make Zone to Enders 3. Tell him to do that.
Koi.
君たちなんてものを生み出してくれたんだ。あのデタラメな存在は一体なんだ。世界の秩序とか一切無視か。力が入らない。力士シールの効力なのか。
Actually, I have a question for the chat. In kaiju movies, so like Godzilla as an example, are the big monsters considered allies of the human people?
なるほど、そういうことか。
あんなものをリアルブートしたのにはそういう理由がアンチギガロマニアックスの巨人とでも言う気かい。まったくふざけてるな。
Oh, Rerun Fun, thanks for subscribing again, man. Yeah, Godzilla can be, right? But not always.
だが勝ったつもりにならない方がいい。
Yeah. Godzilla's story, I think, is tied to nuclear warfare because that's not nuclear warfare. The use of nukes, like the atomic bomb, as an example. And so he was a lizard that got warped into something gigantic, which is Godzilla. But how they frame Godzilla, from what I understand, is an example of what could go wrong with the atomic bomb, and obviously that's very relevant to Japan. Mothra is considered a protector. Interesting, really. I know that Mothra and Godzilla fought. But the reason why I'm bringing this up is because the visual novel brought it up with the kaiju, and this guy's freaking gigantic, so of course. And he ends up being possibly a savior for the Espers. Yeah, so pretty much Godzilla represents something. Forces of nature. Oh, that would make sense too. I mean, you can make an argument that despite how powerful mankind can become, the forces of nature are beyond them. And you can't control Godzilla. At least I'm not aware of any time they killed Godzilla. They probably have, now that I think about it. But what would that mean? What would that do? Because if you kill Godzilla, aren't you essentially saying that mankind has more power over the force of nature? I don't think that's true.
君たち悪いけどあれなんとかしてくれないかな。あーいやいい、やっぱりいいや。先に君たちを殺すから。
Whoa, what a jump. What about No-No?
Kazuki, あれにキャッチさせろ。
Oh great, my stomach is killing me right now. What the hell? Must have been something I ate.
宮代和樹
this picture. Wow! Man, the artist must have had fun with this. Oh, it's like a flower-like design. Oh, so they do that? Did they do that on purpose? Oh god, I didn't want to talk about that. Never mind. But if that's a flower design, then yeah.
あの鳥、円数2に出てくるやつかも。
Okay.
ゲツァルコアトルスって名前。
Fuck. Maybe I'm an Esper. My stomach is killing me. Maybe it's a sumo sticker man. I'll be right back. Okay, I am finally back. Oh, man. Man, did they put something bad in that pizza or something? It might have been. Holy, he's that powerful? That's fucking bullshit. So is that... That's the power of a real Gigalomaniac. He can make things real, like that. Why didn't we just kill him right away? White super stickers spurted out of the wound? Wow, okay, that's gonna cause some problems.
Kazuki?
Oh. Is it because she's trying to control it and it's too big?
Muri suru na.
あいつ倒そう。チャンス今しかないから。
Yeah, I wonder, I wonder how this went. Like, hey guys, I'm gonna make a gigantic monster at the end of my route. Is everyone okay with that? Like, what?
武器を手に入れたんだから使って。
Excuse me.
先輩が指示してください。そしたら戦える。
わかった。
I mean, that's a good enough reason, I suppose. It has to really emphasize why she doesn't speak. Things can go really bad. This... Man! The artist must have really... a ton of fun doing this. This is so wild. Okay, the problem is when you give commands, I think she's suffering the repercussions, so stomp him and then call it a day, please. I'm not sure if she can even handle, like, telling this thing to destroy the teleporters afterwards. Not likely. Oh. This guy is really resilient. You didn't have to do that, but okay. Is that the right size proportions? Okay, well, thank God she's alive.
死ねなかったね、先輩。
As long as we survive at the end of this route, and nothing else bad happens, I think this is okay. I mean, no, you can do this. Because Japan has a history with the kaiju monsters. You could say that the sumo stickers are a sign of divine protection. Someone has made that analysis before. And that this thing exists to protect Japan from destruction. In which case, that member right there was something that needed to be killed. And then if you make that gigantic monster destroy the teleporters, you're good to go, right? When the danger of these random things appeared to destroy Japan, the sumo wrestler protector of Japan killed the teleporters. That's your explanation. I'm not even kidding. You could do that. And then you also have a weapon against the committee. Yeah, that's fine. You can do that answer. That ending's fine. Yeah. If it didn't smash the memorial thing, why would you do that? Okay, the author tried to write that off as bad, but I just gave you an explanation. Yeah. Takaru messed up there using that memorial. I was like, okay, why would you do that? Okay, so there's probably a scene after this, and remember how much the Aramuro route changed at the end of the credits. Stick around for this. Trust me. I I made an explanation how you can do this correctly, but maybe the author's gonna say something else. Peaches, please. Wow, that was a crazy earthquake, huh? The thing is, you need that sumo sticker man now, because the committee is after their lives. But honestly, if I were the 300 committee members, I would try to force the world to target Japan as a gigantic sense of danger. I mean, think about it, right? Let's say a gigantic monster does exist. Wouldn't you want to kill it? Is that a safety of the world? Okay, so we have 2 more rounds to go. And then the true end. Oh yeah. The last time I saw her, she's the singer from Chaos Head. And I mentioned I really like her clothing. I'm not really sure if I'm into that though. I said it was the weight of her clothing that I thought was cool. Yeah, that pose is really awesome. Oh, she doesn't have, oh, I wonder how you do that. Maybe underarms? So you have to cut the shoulders open. Yeah, it's underarm, sleeve. Oh, they also embroidered the cuffs. That's kind of cool. Man, how young or charismatic you would have to be to pull that look off in real life. Reminds me of like Gact or something. Man, Gact is really old now, isn't he? Does he sing still? I don't even remember anymore. How about Lark and Sia? What are they doing nowadays? Man, if I could pull that look off, I would wear it. Shit, looks so awesome. Maybe it's like my...
ねえ、タク、楽しかった？
That it? Oh, really? Come on, man. They should have done scene afterwards. Okay, fine. Well, I gave you an explanation for how you would run the world. after that event. You would have to frame the context of the gigantic sumo monster as a savior of Japan and have him destroy every single teleporter and then have him walk into the sea. Like Godzilla. I'm serious. That's how you would have to do it. And you would need to summon that guy to specifically protect all the espers in Japan from the Committee of 300. That's it. And ideally you could frame that in a positive way. Have you taken a look at the ending CG and extra? I have not. Why do you ask? Is it like an extra special thing? But anyway, let me see. Okay, I'm going to try to condense the importance of that route as simply as possible. So, it seems so far that every single route that's not the common route wants to expand upon themes of the common route, and they take one particular theme and expand upon it. So of Aramura, it was the idea of not being able to tell the truth from the lie. Not exactly. Let me try that again. It has to do with the value of truth in lie, and how overvaluing the truth ruined Aramura, and it also ruins the characters in Chaos Child, because the information in Chaos Child is so distorted that you can no longer tell fiction from reality. And that's one of the lessons they're trying to impart in the story. So of Aramura, she gets ruined by an overemphasis on the truth and not understanding any nuance of the lie, and that's what ruins her. In Hana's route, luckily the good ending, in my opinion, is a lot better than the ending in Aramura's route in terms of like the potential hope at the end. They went really crazy, and by they I mean the author of Steins Gate went really crazy with Hana's powers, and if the goal was to say this is the reason why she doesn't talk at all in the main route, then they made that very clear, because things went wrong really fast the moment she started speaking. So they wanted to talk about intentions, in my opinion, for that route, because when you can no longer tell when someone's being truthful, all you have left is, well, one, faith in the person, but realistically, you have to understand the person and their intentions to break down whether they're telling you the truth or not. So you don't need Esper powers to do that. You have to do that in your own way. That's something really applicable in real life. Anyway, why intentions? It's because the main character Takuru, by the end of the common route, he cannot convince Serika that he wants something else, which is I didn't actually want you to kill all my friends, because deep down inside, he wanted that more, according to Serika, and she's the person who is a part of him, can also read his mind, right? And at the end of the common route, Takuru wasn't really good at understanding himself. At the end of the Hana route, I would argue he's way more familiar with who he is than the common route Takuru. So if he understands his own intentions, so here, what we're doing right now is we're breaking down the lessons of every single route, so it adds up to the good ending. I'm pretty sure that's what they're trying to do here. So at the end of the Aramura route, what did he learn? I know he gets screwed over, but he learns the value of truth and lie, not to overemphasize the truth, right? Don't be a fucking right-sider if it's gonna ruin people's lives. He's in a way, he's a hypocrite, and he doesn't realize that until way too late. So don't overemphasize the truth, understand the value of truth, and understand the value of lie. Balance both, right? In Hana's route, understand intentions of others so you can understand your own intentions, and then recognize that. He grows up so much in the Hana route that I didn't even recognize him. I was like, wow, this is him? Someone that can finally understand someone else and doesn't have to use damn Esper powers or something, right? He finally gets it. Someone's close enough to him, socially, by unique circumstances that he goes like, oh, maybe I was wrong. He says that in the route. maybe I am a wrong sider. Maybe there's something else here. And he also accepts the blame for things he's done. Sure, he kind of regresses at a certain point, but then someone stops him from regressing too far. And that was the person that saved him. She saves him again at the end, which is she connects to him and says, hey, let's not do this. Let's do what we really want to do, which is we want to save Nono. And that connects them, and then they realize, even if we die, even if the sphere is so big, we should still go off and do the best that we can, which is save someone that cares about us. Because she cared about us, and we care about her. That reverse relationship, right? And, man, there were some things about that route that I don't feel were super strong, but on certain elements, I really appreciated it, right? So, how they broke down... Jeez, man, they did that with every single route. How do they know how to write dialogue so well? I'm really impressed by that. Aramura's route really showed how she was as a character. Do speech patterns, her dialogue nuance, how her own perspective of the world was unveiled through what she was saying. Same thing with Hana. When she has to use disconnected utterances so she doesn't trigger her power, and how difficult that is to actually speak in real life, and how aware the author was of that, and how much it shows her own confidence in herself, and how it breaks away at the end, where they have to make a singular goal, which is to save someone they both care about. And so all those de-emphasizers for de-emphasizers, hedge words for statements became statements, because now we have a goal and we have to make it happen. So she changes how she speaks, and I really love that, man. When people are so aware of conversational nuance that they show it, right? It's super nice. Someone fucking gets it, and that's Chaos Child writers. I'm like, wow, clap. I'm really, really impressed by this visual novel, and it took a while to build up to all this, but there's so many things. Is there anything else in this route that I really appreciate? The sense of hopelessness that they gave in this particular route with the committee members ties it to, obviously, the other Science Adventure series. You can definitely see the directing style of how that route applied to, in my opinion, like Steins Gate Zero, because of how they used the piano sound. And when I do get back to Steins Gate Zero, which I do plan to do, I'll mention why the hell I was thinking of that in the first place. Whenever a certain scene would pop up, they would play this piano song, which I think I did 3 times in that entire route. It's a very rare song that they use in Chaos Child. I was like, why? Why would you keep doing this? And then it reminded me of the main theme of Steins Gate Zero and the piano version of it, and how they used it in Steins Gate Zero. It's harder for me to elaborate on that because I need to think about it more. But that's a directing style choice that I noticed by that particular route. Is there anything else? We're not sure if this is going to be true or not, but in Chaos Child, they shove this in your face really, really hard, which is Nono's deaths, right? Repeatedly, over and over and over and over again. So, Chaos Child uses tropes in such a way where they want you to recognize it, and then they're trying to break it. So, as an example, in the Delusions of Takaru, right, I noticed really early on that they're very stereotypical delusions that a person would have if they're not socially aware of things. Like, this guy doesn't get out enough, man. He needs to experience the real world, not just be inside all day, being super ingrained by media, which is really important because that's what Chaos Child is talking about, amongst other things, right? And so, certain tropes and expectations that are thrown at you in Chaos Child get reversed in certain ways. I wish I could chronicle the timeline in which the reader has this expectation and they subvert it. And then this subversion is now your new expectation, and they subvert it again. And it's not just done in a way just to have fun with twists. It's done in a way where along the way, as you're learning new things, you're asking yourself new questions. And some of the important questions are the questions of morality and agency. One of the biggest things in Chaos Child, one of the things that I keep having to answer for myself. Because in defending one person, you have to create extra rule sets to defend another person. So if you can defend freaking Serika, you have to defend Takeru. And if you can't, then the author is saying there's a problem. Because they freaking throw so many things at you to say that they're the similar way. They're not just similar, they're fucking the same person to some degree. I'm not saying that Serika wears glasses and likes to read Cool Press, not that way. They're the same person, as in she's an extension of him, right? So then, there's certain scene directions in which they do where they're overlapping with each other, or they understand each other. It's a freaking story-related thing, man, at this point. I don't even have to explain it, right? So, if you can defend Serika, you better be able to defend Takeru. If you can't defend that, there's a problem. Make that nuance, otherwise you're going to be in trouble. If you can defend Aramura, but you can't defend Hana, there's a problem. You have to figure out where those gaps are and try to solve it. And if the ultimate answer is you can't solve it, I don't know what to say about that. That's the hard one. I'm trying to figure that one. I haven't been there yet, where every single time I've come upon one of these problems, morally in Chaos Child, I go like, stop. How do I solve for this problem? Because at the end of the day, these are people who are very dangerous to society. And if you let them live, there's a higher risk of people getting hurt. Because think about it. Think about their powers, man. You have a mind controller walking around freaking Japan. That's already scary. Like, just having that one person, right? That person's not one of the mainline espers, as one of the main characters we're, trying to like save here, but that's where it gets scary, right? What about Serika, who can read your mind? What about Takeru, who has the ability to do multiple things? Or what about Hana, who can say freaking things like, I want a Metal Gear Solid 6, but I want it to be bad, right? And then suddenly everyone's like, fuck, Metal Gear Solid 6, and now it's gonna be bad. You know what's gonna be? It's gonna be a slot machine game. Right? And then those things are dangerous to society, especially the Metal Gear Solid 6 one, man. Fuck. I'll be ruined. What's next? Anyway. So, if you feel yourself empathizing with a certain character in Chaos Child, then cool, because I think the Chaos Child authors did a good job. For the most part, right? I can like break down certain things and say, I think they could have improved here or here. I still feel like the tone changes early on were too subversive to the information needed to solve the mystery of Chaos Child. But ultimately, I don't think the mystery is all that important, which is really strange because this is a mystery, science, adventure, what else is it? Mystery, science, adventure, whatever the hell the genre is, okay? I guess the reason why I say that, because the thing has so much more to say, and the common route exists as like a hot list of things that you should know that the other routes compare it to. But I guess that's it for now. So my expectations are, due to how the authors have been shoving Nono's deaths in your face repeatedly, and how aware they are of how they use tropes and want you to think of it this way and then they change it, they might be hinting that you need to see these scenes of Nono for you to accept the end result of her. I could be wrong about that, but what else is Nono besides being a victim of all these things? When has she had any control whatsoever of the things that happen to her, right? What am I saying about her? I'm saying she has no control. It sucks to be Nono in this fucking story, but we haven't hit her route yet, and I'm not sure what route we're going next. I have no clue, actually. Is there anything else to mention? Nothing else, I suppose. My guess right now is we have, if it's about average of 5 hours per route, 15 hours at most. Oh my god, that's gonna be scary. But I can still do it. I really enjoyed this visual novel, and once I'm done with it, I'll have to do a little bit of... Well, I'm probably gonna do work first, and then go back to Chaos Child, most likely. But after Chaos Child, I will go back and do normal streams, and then I'll have like a visual novel on the side that I'll read when I need to relax. But if you enjoyed me breaking down the story for you, showing intentions of the author, showing you how conversations work, etc., please follow us here at twitch.tv/FinestKO. This isn't something that I normally do, but it's something that I want to do because it feels wholesome. I guess that's the best way I can describe it right now. Anyway, I know I've been saying this a lot, but please join our Discord if you can. I'm concerned about multiple things happening in life right now. A lot of things. God, man. I really don't know what to expect anymore when it comes to Twitch. Not that I'm, like, really sad. Question. What am I saying? I'm saying that due to certain events that are happening in America, I'm extremely concerned about our livelihood doing Twitch. That's all I'm really saying, and I'm really concerned about that. Really, really concerned about that. I think about it waking up. I go to sleep thinking about it. Isn't it obvious why? It's because I really love doing this, and to lose this would really bother me, actually. Okay, God, that's such a bummer end note. I guess in the future I'll have to stop using that as a way of saying join our Discord. But, like, December 14th is coming along, and I don't know what the answer is going to be. Obviously, I'll keep streaming until I can't stream anymore, so... I mean, that's it, right? I'll just keep streaming until I can't stream anymore. That's really about it. I can't think of anything else I would do. If that goes away, what do I do? Move to YouTube? Stream on Ustream? Not stream? Focus on writing? I guess I would focus on writing. But yeah, that's about it. Join our Discord if you can, man. I'm going to... I don't really want to go to sleep right now. Don't want to go to Canada? What time is it? 11:41. Going to sleep right now will be responsible. Go to sleep and be responsible, or go to Canada? Take Sarah to Canada. You can set up the next route? Set up the next route. You know what? I guess that's not a bad idea. Okay, so for people who were here for Aramura's and Hana's route... No, let's just make this Hana's route. How did you feel about Hana's route? And tell me your opinions about it. Did you enjoy the themes? Did you see the same things I did? I don't know, just tell me, I'm curious. Tell me anything you want to talk about with Hana's route. Because I still feel strongly about Aramura, but I appreciated how they handled the dialogue, and it really expanded upon her character. Hey, Steam Tofa, how you doing? Wasn't really paying attention. That's fine. Okay, so the first choice I have to make is... Oh, wow, this is going to be very late. Holy shit, what the fuck? Why are there so many different endings for this one? Hmm. Okay, whichever route we're going on is gonna be really funky. I'm not too bad. I really enjoy reading this visual novel. I hope the next VN I go on will produce the same effects. I think the assumption is I will be going on Umaneko again, just to remember a few things. Well, not remember, just appreciate it better, I guess. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The answer has to be negative. What the? It has to be negative? Whose route is this? The next one is my room was the same as always. Okay. Hana's is thematically weaker than Hinaya's, but narratively stronger in the sense of how much improvements it adds to the main story. You know what? You might be right about that, because it did add a lot of information. Because without the Hana route, I wouldn't know that we have to balance our solution around the committee members, which is fucking dumb. I hate that sense of suffocation that they bring. Same thing in Steins Gate Zero, man. It was so hard to breathe. And I read that visual novel without breaking it down whatsoever. I was only in it for the experience. But the experience was so heavy-handed that I had to take breaks from reading it. Explain a little bit about what's going on. Okay, so what I'm doing right now is I'm setting up for the next route. I have to answer certain questions correctly so we can unlock a route. And I'm just speeding through things that we've already read. We've read about 60 hours of this game already. If you're asking me to update you on the story, I've done that so many times now. If you really want me to update you on absolutely everything, you have to handle a lot of spoilers. And I have no way of telling you the meaning of things well without the context of you seeing certain things. If you're super interested in Chaos Child, though, I really recommend you go to the beginning of when I streamed this, and then you just watch from there. We have a lot of discussions in the stream. I'm still very surprised. Also pretty glad none of it's forced. I just feel natural about it. I'm still thinking about archiving the streams, but one, I'm lazy, and two, I don't know if people care enough about me archiving this. Like, I feel like what we talked about has a lot of value to people. Maybe I'm being a little biased, but I feel like that's an appreciation of the story. You know what? You're right about that. What gave her power? Was anything implied to say that her wish sprung from something? Her power was to make reality something. But we don't know enough about her past to make a distinction on what. Maybe it's hinted at very well, or very subtly. I didn't notice it. Okay. For now, I'll accept your interpretation of that. You might be right. Yeah, please do not watch the Chaos Child anime. It ruins a lot of the visual novel. Give it a chance. And if you trust in my interpretation of things, then trust me when I say this visual novel is really well written. The thing is, I'm not sure how much of that would be obvious to a reader about certain background information. I mean, it's not like I need to read fucking operas or something to understand this, though, but I mean, I enjoy operas, but that's not the point. The point is specific information to enjoy something here. I think they write it well enough for you to recognize it. You don't need what I know. Maroon was always negative again. Okay. Yeah. It seems that a lot of people seem to understand aspects of the visual novel, so you certainly don't need me to break it down. You should enjoy it as it is. Okay, this is probably your first time seeing this if you're new to the stream, but this isn't real. This is a delusion. We're making choices in the visual novel to influence our perspective of reality, which will in turn actually change reality. This is why I need to make very specific decisions. Yeah, I guess I should get off my lazy ass and archive the footage then. I wonder how many streams you've done. So many negative scenes. I wonder who the fuck, what route are we going on for it to be this negative? I haven't even seen this scene before. Which is why I can't skip it. Yeah, if you haven't read Chaos Head, it's okay. You can read Chaos Child on its own. In my opinion, you can. You'll get certain benefits not knowing about Chaos Head, actually. But, you don't need it. I think if you're willing to sacrifice the horror aspects of Chaos Child, aspects, not genre, right? There's just qualities of it. You should read Chaos Head. But if you don't want to sacrifice that, then just read this as it is. Oh shit. Shit. This is what I'm into. Would you play Chaos Head again after CC as a refresher? Nope. I personally feel that there are a bunch of visual novels and VN take a lot of time. So my list of things to read only ever expands. So I wouldn't go back to Chaos Head. I would go back to Umaneko though, because I certainly haven't finished that entire series. And there's questions that I want answered by Umaneko, so I will address it by looking at it. Please. Oh, well, straight for the solar plexus. Wow, that's pretty strong. But don't worry, it wasn't real. For now. Really? I never thought that. Okay. If I had a choice on what I wanted to read, though, I would like to finish White Album 2, but it depends on the translation process. I hope they're doing, well, more importantly, I hope that team of translators is doing okay. You know what's funny? How many Leaf works have I read? A little bit of Utaware Rumono. Wow. Did I botch that one? Utaware Rumono. There we go. My album 2, to some degree. think that's it. Nitro Plus, not that much, fortunately either. Unfortunately, rather. I really wish some things stay localized. I'm surprised they localized Sayo no Uta, but it's so short though, so I guess not a problem. Oh yeah, I forgot. Phenomeno is technically Nitro Plus. It's actually written there. Oh yeah, that's why she's in Nitro Plus Blasters, duh. Okay, that makes sense. I would like Phantom Inferno to come localized fully. Not the old one, the new one. I want to read Kimi to Kanojo to Kanojo to... Fucking, I can't pronounce the freaking name. I heard that one wasn't really that good except for the twist. But I'm still curious about it. I wouldn't bother with that. This boring shit again. Let's see if I memorized it correctly. This one's next. I think this one's next. Picture of the body, which should be this one. I forgot this one. Is it Pregnant Man? Yep. And then I think it's Leaky Noise.
Hmm? おい、本当にそうだったか?
もう一回考え直してみ。
そうだな。
Okay, well, clearly I wasn't paying attention. Let's try this again. Okay, so what was the question? Don't look at me case. So the first one is right. Next one was group dive. So I was right about that. Next one was leaky noise. Whoops, they want a leaky noise next. And then Pregnant Man, which is this one. This one I think is the Revolving Dead. Yep. Left one first. Yep. This one should be Crucified Man, I think. Yep. Man, going from this to Uta what? Nope, sorry, Umineko. That's quite a jump. Is Umineko longer than this? Well, it's like 7, 8? Man, it's been a while since I read Ryukishi. What was she doing here? Negative again. My god, super negative interpretations. I guess whoever wrote this route is saying, enjoy this extremely negative interpretation of characters.
そのホテルで
Huh. I wonder if it's Uki. It could be Uki or Nono, but why would Nono be so negative? I mean, it's a 50-50. I don't know. Man, my eyes are hurting. Fucking all these flashes are going so quickly. What to do? Well, I mean, after I'm done setting this up, just go to sleep. Rikishi sticker. Let's see. Where are we right now? We are in chapter 2. And I have absolutely nothing to do until chapter 4. Okay. So the footage that was uploaded to the wiki was footage inside Love Hotel, so bam. Long distance to the sumo sticker was this. Followed by this. And then followed by this. And the last one is this. Well, I think the better order of things is... What is the best order of things? So I set Umineko on the side to read when I can. And then I finish work, obviously. But what's higher priority in terms of reading is reading that book over there. So I read more of that book, and then I get to Umineko when I can. After I'm done with Umineko, I read about movie stuff, I think, while watching martial arts films. Oh, fuck, I forgot. I was supposed to watch martial arts with New Face. Damn, it sucks. I wonder if he has time later. I also want to check out more film noir. That's a lot of things I need to do. But understanding film history and film techniques is something I want to do first before I get into that. Is there anything else I really want to know about right now? More things about communication, actually. There are certain things that are fuzzy in my memory, so I want to look that up again. Maybe like interpersonal communication again. Cultural differences in communication, I think I'm interested in too. I mean, would that matter? Sure, why not? If I'm trying to write multiple characters from different cultures, but it might matter now that I think about it. Yeah, I'm just thinking about a lot of things and what order of stuff I want to read. Because it seems that when I read now, I'm reading things specifically that I need to understand. Well, not need, but really want to understand. So the process is a lot slower than just me reading for fun. Because I'm always marking notes and stuff like that. Now that I think about it, I have so little time to read purely for pleasure. I mean, that's not entirely true. When I go to sleep, I like to read things that are really easy to read so I don't hurt my head and I sleep easier. Because if I read something that's complex, then my thoughts keep flowing, and that's a problem. Man, it's been a really long journey. 60 hours of this game, huh? I'm trying to remember when was the last time I made a huge commitment like that to a game. I guess Persona 5. I mean, I probably streamed more than 60 hours of freaking Death Road to Canada already. Excuse me. I wonder if Nono's route's gonna be the last one. She seems like a good character to punctuate it. Steins Gate Zero, huh? The biggest problem with the Steins Gate series is that I have trouble remembering all the details, like how the world functions and stuff like that. I don't remember if Steins Gate Zero takes care of that for you if we got in details. I do want to go back to that. Talk about the aspects of like AI and humanity again, because I'm really curious about that. Okay, breast in my face. 3, 2. I knew it! I knew it! I've seen those breasts before. Man, I'm really not a big fan of like having to wade through all this text just to go on a route. I understand the concept of it. Like, they need you to make certain decisions to understand why you're going on this route. But, God, man. What a hassle. Imagine if you didn't have a guide and you had to figure this out. How problematic that would be. I would be so annoyed just trying to guess my way onto a route. Oh, excuse me. Man, good thing I am setting this up. But the thing is, I don't know. Okay. Tomorrow, I'm spending time with friends. Monday, I gotta get to work immediately. Next day, and the day after, I need to finish my article. And then, bam, get back into Chaos Chat, I think. That would be the good goal. And then Sunday, I'm spending time with Dom, and Monday as well. That seems okay to me. I need to make sure that I can time everything appropriately. The question is, what else do I write next? That's the problem, huh? I wonder how close we are to this anime season ending. I wonder if NetJu's 12 episodes. It might be. Should I call dibs on that? Oh, the problem though is I don't watch NetJu for anything other than just like relaxing. I don't try to engage in any kind of thought process, just to relax. I really do. I mean, that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. It's just that if I'm gonna write something about it, I want to have the ability to think and write about it. NetJu is fun because this character reminds me of my age, and I like having characters that aren't in high school as representation. I mean, it's true. God, I do not want the Kino's journey. I mean, I really appreciate Kino's journey. Don't get me wrong. It's just fucking. I would have to go through every single episode and break it down. No, probably not. But dear God, is that really what you gotta do? Break down every single episode? I could probably do it. It's just exhausting. I can use it as a reference piece now that I think about it. Oh yeah, that reminds me. That application for the job thing is open. It's just that my articles are not published yet. Oh, I'm still gonna ask myself if I want to go about that job. Yeah, I've heard that Kino's Journey is like a reboot, which I hope someone characterized that completely incorrectly, because I would not want Kino's Journey Season 2 to be a reboot of Kino's Journey Season 1. Fuck that shit. I guess I'm just waiting for the season to be over and then I'll watch it myself. That's a weird habit. I don't normally do that anymore. Now that I think about it, was the directing for Kino's Journey 1 really well done? I don't remember. 2 seemed okay. You know, despite how much I admire Kino's Journey, I still haven't read any of the author's works, which is fucking surprising. Wow. I mean, I'm making a very obvious attempt to do stuff like that now, though. I really want to wonder what Nishiyoshin? I can't freaking pronounce his name. I'll call him Nishi for now. I wonder what Nishi's writing's like. Maybe it's really convoluted. Maybe it's really complex. Maybe it's a little bit of everything. Maybe it's really easy to read. Who knows? Man, a really complex work that's easy to read? That's a luxury. Chapter 5. Is Chapter 5 the correct one? Let me take a look. Chapter 5 is... Oh. Fuck. Stop.
Yeah.
I missed the trigger. Twelve, 2017. This should be the trigger. I'll double check. $22.09. I missed the trigger, which was I silently looked at the building, and the answer should have been negative in chapter 4. Saved file number 2 should be it. I silently looked up at her in the building, and it should have been negative. I hope the trigger flag still exists. Okay, so the next one is beginning of chapter 5, and it should unlock the route that I need. I looked over and answered positive. Okay. Here, let me ask you a question. Name your absolute favorite character, your number one favorite character in Steins Gate. I'm always curious about this. The funny thing is, like, even though I appreciate that story so much, I don't engage whatsoever with the community. That seems to be a very common trend, now that I think about it. Why is that a thing? I don't know why. You'd figure if I really appreciate a work, I want to engage with the community, right? I think. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I like sharing why I like something. Yeah, you know, why don't I do that? Do I just not like the company of fan communities? Maybe. Daru. Really, Daru? That's an impressive answer. Can you tell me why? Not Okabe, Maho, Kurisu, Suzuha, Mahishi. That's a pretty interesting spread. It's hard for me to give a good answer for that. I don't even know what my answer is. I mean, I can name the characters I really appreciate. I like Steins Gate Zero Suzuha. I like Maho. I like Kurisu. Okabe, Moeka. Is there anyone else that I'm thinking of that I really appreciate? So within that list. So now I gotta break down who's my absolute favorite in that list. That's kind of hard. Okabe on an empathetic level? I guess so. Moeka? Why? I don't know. I really like her. I haven't been able to explain that one. Wow, is it really Okabe? Out of all the characters, it's him for me? That's so funny. I used to hate that guy. And now I really like him, huh? I guess that's true. What a weird situation to be in. I wonder how common that is, to hate a character and suddenly like him. I mean, he had a lot of development. Wow. But I really like Maho too. But I was mainly in it for Okabe, wasn't I? Yeah, I guess that's my answer. What a surprise. Huh. I think it's going to be positive and I'm done, right? It says positive. Wow. I guess I didn't know the answer to that myself. Yeah, I think it's because of empathy why I like Okabe so much.
ケイさん、俺マジファンなんす。声聞いてるだけで超癒されるっつうか。
Shinji, what?
そんなことはどうでもいい。
Man, but Susaha in Steins Gate 0 though, that gets me all jittery on the inside. She looks so cool. Oh yeah, that's right. Did the thing happen? Trophy earned. Yep. Okay, so it... Oh. Okay. So it is her. And they end it with Nono, huh? Having Nono being the final one kind of makes sense. But why do we have such a negative perception of this character? We don't even know anything about her, in all honesty. Well, alright, we'll see. I am really curious about this one. Yeah, now that I think about it, that's kind of rare, isn't it? For me, as a person. For me to like Okabe, I mean. I don't want to specifically say why right now, but yeah, but I like Kiryu. So? Not on the same level though, but I really like Kiryu. He's such a cool guy. What a swell, awesome person, man. And we're almost set up. Man, what other thematic quality has not been emphasized yet? Emphasis of truth and lie. Intentions. What the hell is Uki? What is she supposed to mean? I don't know. What will they bring up? Like, every single route has some type of talking about agency, but not specifically that much. As the main absolute core theme. How about...
のんちゃんはね、明日でいいって、学校が終わったら、青バリオンに来てほしいって言ってるけど。
I mean, it sounds kind of corny, but how about connection to others? Because without that, the main character can't save himself. Does that have to really be emphasized? That's such a common idea, though. It feels like everything has something to do with, like, breaking down information of some sort. Breaking down... Okay, so what's missing, then? What's Uki gonna be about? I really don't know. You can go any way about it. But if it's about something about knowledge, information. I don't know. Oh, I wonder if every route breaks when we run right here. That's how it happened the last 2 times. So we run away from its pyrokinetic. Bam, the new route begins. Yeah, what is Uki's story gonna be about? Can we save the dad? Is that gonna be possible? Do we want to? I mean, if he was mind controlled into being a mind controller, maybe. We don't have to. I mean, if you don't do that, I don't see any reason to bother making that character be anything else. You would have to take, like, one of the writers would have to raise their hand and say, okay, let's try this. But then what does it add? I don't think it really adds anything. At this point, you have so much growth with the characters. I guess the only thing I really want more of is Serica, for obvious biased reasons, but I've come to really feel connected to these characters after the routes. A good thing, obviously. Wow, we're getting really deep into this. Now that I think about it, if it's about Uki, it's obviously why. Okay, so he gains his levitation power, so that's the unique trait of this particular route. Fuck, I haven't solved this in a long time. Let me see. The first victim in the Don't Look at Me case. Should be this one. Leaky noise. Yep. And the last one should be... Otani, the victim in the Don't Look at Me case, was a Nico Nico streamer that was able to become famous. The girl leaking noise case. This. Okay. I want to check something. The woman who attacked you, her power was pyrokinetic. Okay, so in this route, he's established his powers. And I'm guessing we know that she drops the ID card. What else? Man, poor Uki. Just a kid too, you know? I was really happy that she took care of the patients, even after everyone abandoned them. That was something really sweet. Oh god, is this route gonna have the sisters dead? Fucking, wow, that's disgusting. Yeah, I guess so, because she has to replace the family member, doesn't she? That's a bummer. That's a huge loss too. So that's the context of this route too. Then what about Nono's route? Jeez. How deep do we have to go for that one? I mean, were you here for that scene, EMP Sonic? Because it was a really gruesome scene, man. Okay. One of the characters gets murdered in a way that's very disturbing. Oh, have you read this before, EMP? It's nice to have a lot of people who appreciate it. It's kind of nice to share in that, you know? Okay, so you kind of came at a weird time because we just finished the route today, actually. Just today, yeah. I split into 2 streams. I finished the Hana route today. And now I'm just setting up for apparently the Uki route, and then I'm going to go to sleep. So next time I stream this, which will probably be... maybe Tuesday is my guess, maybe. We'll be set for the Uki route, pretty much. Yeah, I mean, I hope you enjoyed it. I know we don't get many viewers for the stream, but if I could have given anything to anyone, I hope it was just enjoyment. Well, and understanding, ideally. God, my eyes are hurting just looking at the screen. Betrayal is... Dear God, we are going into really dark, gruesome territory here. So the start of this route has people dead already. Oh, you know what? It's because Uki probably has to unveil her relationship with the human experiments. So we have to go this far. Yeesh. Good thing I spent a stream setting up for this. There you go, not the scan. The woman who I saw was the one who attacked us before. I guess I'll save just to be careful. By the way, it was a different power than pyrokinesis that was used on me in the Cafe Lac. She... Yep. Context of this, please? Hey, weren't the vice president and Aramura arguing about something? What was that about again? Arguing? I think I remember... Nona said she didn't believe in psychic powers. Nona said she didn't believe Senri was the killer. That was it. Oh yeah, that's super curious about that. What Aramura said was a lie was she died, right? You know, I wonder why she's so popular. I mean, she's a sweet person. She's also, unfortunately, tortured. I wonder how the true end works, too. Does it just automatically throw you on a true end? Huh, no idea. Maybe it's like, here's a new option at the main menu, choose it. It could be, I don't know. Now that I think about it, when was the last time I played a game with multiple routes? You had to do this. I don't remember how Steins Gate handled it, now that I think about it. Actually, no, Steins Gate was different, right? All you had to do was just go down the end, go down the main trunk and you're done. But you had the option of veering to the side and seeing different endings. But doing so would add more to the experience. But for this game, you have to experience the main route first and then veer off to the sides. Steins Gate 0 required you to see all the endings, and then you had to make a decision. Something, then you went on to the true end, and it made sense, I think. I think I did the order wrong, and that's why I was so confused. Ugh, this is long. Okay, I hope you enjoy a gruesome murder scene. Yep. This is where it begins? Her story begins after she fucking gets murdered? That's kind of dark, dude. Something in Japanese butterfly. Well, I mean, that's how we're gonna begin, huh? Who the hell chose this route? One of the 5 riders, I think, raised their hand and says, yeah, let me handle Uki. And they started off with this. I'm gonna look it up. Before I go to sleep, I need to know this. Oh, I see. Okay. How do I expand this tab so I can read more of it? More. There we go. Uki. Tanazaki Oka, supposedly. Uki. Let me go ahead and control find Uki, just make sure. Uki has Tanazaki. Okay, Yasumoto Toru and Tanazaki Oka. And Takimoto Masahi. 3 people worked on the Uki route. Takimoto did the detailed plot. Tanazaki. Yeah, 3 people. Let's see. I don't know who the main writer is, though. Tanazaki Oka worked a bit as an assistant on Steins Gate. He's credited with the Uki route. He did a little bit of Utaware Rumono and Plastic Memories. Okay. Let's see. How about Tanazaki Oka? What? Did I just look at him? Whoops, my bad. Yasumoto Toru. What does this guy work on? He worked on Chaos Child. Yep, no surprise. He's credited with a little bit of Uki route and a detailed plot of the Nono Hinai route. Interesting. Wrote a little bit on Steins Gate. Holy shit! He wrote a lot! The Stray Sheep, the Orbital Eclipse, Antinomic Duel, and Promise. I can't read that last one. He wrote a little bit on Chaos Child. Storm Lover. I have not heard of this. Go Go Nippon, my first trip to Japan. The fuck? Okay. I recognize only his latter works, or latest works, I guess. But he wrote a lot in Steins Gate. 0 at least. Let's see, who else? Takimoto Masahi, huh? Takimoto worked on, what a surprise, Chaos Child. Steins Gate, a weird version of it. Takimoto Masahi did scenario supervision for Steins Gate 0. Memories Off? I don't know what that is. 2018 released. Memories Off. What the hell is Memories Off? Oh, this guy did Remember 11? The fuck? Really? That's cool. Memories Off. The player takes on the role of Naoki Serizawa, the protagonist of Yubikiri no Kyoku. Naoki used to live at Shinatsu's home, but what the fuck is this? Okay. It is a 5 PB games. Oh wow, it is. Just 5 PB games on Nitro Plus. Publishers are Kids Fans Channel. That's been a while, huh? Okay. So it's possibly related to Remember 11? Maybe? Never Ever 17? I don't know. Doesn't seem like it, but published by people that worked on it. It's a runaway girl who suddenly arrived on the doorstep of Naoki's place and is forcefully living with him at the moment. Blah blah. Nothing crazy about the premise. Seems really innocuous. Yeah, just based on what I understand there, I don't really get much. Let me double check a few things again. Let me look up this one. Chaos Head. I'm kind of speaking to myself right now. I'm just double checking a few things. The main writer of Chaos Head is... I just want to remember his name so I don't ever forget. Hayashi Naotaka. Hayashi Naotaka. Hayashi Naotaka. Okay, so I have to memorize that name. Because the next time someone says something about Steins Gate, and I'm like, yeah, I like the author, and I don't remember their name, I'll be like, fuck. Some fan I am. Hayashi Naotaka, huh? It's like combining Taka and Naoto. Naotaka. Hayashi. Hayashi? I don't know why that name's so hard for me to remember. HN. Like VN. I mean, whatever, eventually I'll get used to it. Anyway, I'm done for the stream right now. I expect to stream this game probably Tuesday. And if I do, I hope you join our Discord. By joining our Discord, you'll be notified on when we stream and when things happen. And also, if Twitch explodes, you'll still have our Discord. I guess that's a benefit, right?
Bullshit!
Anyway, that's our Discord. Take it easy, guys. I'm gonna get some sleep. And I hope to see you sometime in the future, man.